ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, na ile zingine tulikuwa naenda tunakaa hata miezi 7 tunaenda tukikaribia kumaliza. Lakini hii kama huyu nilienda mwanzo. Ikifika miezi 3 already walikuwa washapita washatuelezea, ndio nikaanza kwenda clinic mapema.
For the first time, Brenda says she felt supported not just by nurses at the hospital, but by the community health promoters who followed up closely.
Hawa CHPO kitembea na kisha wamewafuatilia kila siku, watakuuliza kila mwezi mkipea report. Hii itakufanya lazima utaenda clinic, ndio kiitisha ukue nayo. Umeenda clinic haya, ndio hii report imeenda. Akisa unajua usipoenda utawapea nini?
The real difference for Brenda became clear on the day she went into labor.
So kama huyu ilinipata kama wakati nilikuwa usiku sana. Na in mind nikawa ninangoja nitafute taxi nini, nikapata wote hawapatikana, mvua ilikuwa inanyesha. First nilitafuta huyu CHP wetu huyu. Then nikampigia simu nikamwambia mimi siko sawa, naona kama ni wakati umefika. Alichukua jukumu, alifika hadi kwa nyumba. Kufika kwa nyumba, akanitoa mwenyewe paka tukapanda pikipiki, tukapata paka vile tunapata gari penye tulikuwa tutokee paka kwa barabara, tukachukua gari hadi wapi? Hospitali. Akaitisha report kila kitu, mimi nilikuwa tu nikupeana majina kila kitu basi. Paka hadi akangoja nikajifungua.
That night, Brenda delivered safely under the care of trained health workers, a support she believed saved her life.
Ile wakati sasa nikaenda kuzaa, unapata nikishajifungua ninapatikana sina damu, niko na damu kidogo. Lakini huyu ile changamoto ilikuwa tofauti because nilianza mapema, nikaanza kukula matunda, mboga, maji vizuri, kupumzika vizuri, exercise nafanya vizuri, naenda check up kila wakati. Kwenda mapema hospitali ni vizuri na kujifungua hospitali ni mzuri, sababu utatoka huko ukiwa umeangaliwa kila kitu kuliko nyumbani. Nyumbani kuna vitu unaweza acha kama hii bleeding, haujui na bleed sana, lakini huko watakusaidia, utapata hiyo bleeding itastop, kuna sindano unaweza dungwa.
Another young mother on her own journey is 23-year-old Christabel Juma. A mother of 1 and currently 5 months pregnant, her pregnancy has not been easy.
Hii nayo nimegonjeka sana. Nilikuja nikapima damu pia ni kidogo. Wakaniambia ninunue dawa, nimeweza kukula shida. Nasikia kizunguzungu, nguvu inaisha kwa mwili. Kutembea shida. Nikisimama nasikia hizi miguu zimeisha nguvu.
Getting balanced meals every day is not easy, but she keeps going to clinic. In her first pregnancy, Christabel gave birth at home, but this time round, she's confident of delivering in hospital.
Sasa nyumbani sasa mtoto akaanza kuniuma. Nikasema akanipeleka hosi. Sasa vile tulifika hosi, daktari akasema njia za mtoto bado.
These personal stories are part of a bigger change happening at the Gataka Health Center in Kajiado North. For years, the facility had no ultrasound machine. Expectant mothers had to be referred to private facilities for scans at high costs. Facility in charge Agre Omanga explains.
And our only public facilities are Rongata Rongai and Ngong Sub-County Hospitals, which offer the ultrasound services at a fee, like 1,000 shillings. But when they go to the private facilities, they are being charged a minimum of 200 and a maximum of 1,500. So by the end of the day, you find that the population that we are serving are not people who are well off, so they lack these funds. And when you refer these clients for the ultrasound services, they go and they disappear not to come back.
The introduction of portable point-of-care ultrasound POCUS means instead of referring mothers outside, clinicians can now do bedside scans at the facility.
POCUS is going to change the maternal child health in so many ways. Number one, we'll be able to identify some of the conditions early, which maybe need some early interventions, because sometimes, as we've known before, is that maternal mortality has been high as a country. We've been experiencing mothers losing their lives while delivering, even after delivery. And so some of these, some of the causes are avoidable actually if early diagnosis is done. And so through the POCUS, which is the point of care ultrasound, which can be done actually by the bedside. So you don't have to refer a client outside. So we can be able to maybe diagnose if there are any conditions that need early interventions before it's too late to intervene.
Government guidelines require at least 2 ultrasound scans in the first and third trimesters.
It used to be 4 visits, but now we are doing 8 visits. However, we have not reached the target because some clients also, we have some challenges of clients coming in late. They start even as late as second trimester to come to the clinics.
In the Mama and Mona program, mothers also receive delivery packages when they start antenatal care, a small but powerful incentive that encourages early clinic attendance.
The uptake of antenatal clinic has improved because of the program that came in, the Mama and Mona from St. John's, and we really appreciate their efforts. And the CHPs, on the other hand, have been working so hard with the St. John's to make referrals of these clients to the facility.
6,000 women die in Kenya due to preventable maternal deaths. That translates to 16 of them each day. It is such initiatives that bridge the gap to ensure that expectant women continue to receive maternal health education and timely care. Beyond the hospital walls, community health promoters play a major role. They follow up mothers at home and encourage clinic visits. The result? More women delivering in health facilities, more early antenatal visits, more mothers like Brenda and Christabel getting help before it's too late.
Kuattend clinic lazima wattend kila mwezi na uanze mapema. Ukianza mapema inasaidia kuliko uanze late because kuna vitu wataangalia wapate za kurekebisha mapema kuliko ungoje hiyo siku.
Maternal mortality has been high as a country. We've been experiencing mothers losing their lives while delivering, even after delivery. And so some of the causes are avoidable actually.
Of course, for you to have a safe delivery, you must also have some good practice in the sense of the health tips. So looking after your health during pregnancy is one of the most important things you can do for yourself and your baby, from the early days of pregnancy through delivery and even after birth. So here are some tips every mother can follow to stay healthy and strong on this journey. Maternal health is vital for the well-being of both mother and child. Taking care of yourself during pregnancy, delivery, and after birth helps prevent complications and ensures a safe delivery. Here are tips every mother can follow to stay healthy and strong throughout this important journey. First and foremost, attend antenatal clinics early and regularly for checkups and screenings. Eat a balanced diet with fruits, vegetables, whole grains, proteins, and iron-rich foods. And take prescribed supplements such as iron and folic acid as directed by a health worker. Drink plenty of water and avoid unsafe foods. Get enough rest and avoid heavy physical work. Avoid alcohol, smoking, and drugs during pregnancy. Sleep under treated mosquito nets to prevent malaria, and get tested for HIV, syphilis, and other infections as recommended. During delivery, deliver in a health facility with skilled health personnel. Prepare a birth plan including transport and emergency contacts. No danger signs such as heavy bleeding, severe headache, or high fever. After delivery, that is postnatal care, attend postnatal clinics for mother and child. Practice exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months if possible. Eat well to regain strength and support milk production, and seek help for excessive bleeding, fever, or pain. Last but not least is mental and emotional health. Talk to someone you trust if feeling overwhelmed or sad, and seek professional help if you experience prolonged sadness, anxiety, or stress. So on that note, we take our first break, but there is more to come in as far as some of the interventions that are being put in place for maternal health care. And welcome back. St. John Ambulance is well known for its emergency response and first aid training. But now it is also making a real impact in maternal and child health through the Mama na Mwana program. Elizabeth Wamoya is a long-term volunteer with St. John and the program lead. She tells us more about how this initiative is saving lives.
So Mama na Mwana has been in existence for close to a decade in Africa. It's currently taking place, or rather the program takes place in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Uganda. So just recently, less than 2 years ago, Kenya would be the 5th country to be picked in terms of cascading and implementing this particular program. Important to note is that maternal and child health is basically one of those areas that we need combined intervention, and it's a process. So with that, we know that in Africa, the rate of mortality and maternal mortality and neonatal mortality has been quite a work in progress. And also Kenya, irrespective of us having done quite a lot in terms of gains, we still have the burden of trying to break down the maternal and neonatal deaths. What are some of the indicators that you could talk about when it comes to the Mama na Mwana project? Because before that, there could have been some challenges. You could talk to us about that. And what do you think is the impact of this particular project? We realize that, first of all, a lot of our mothers are very, very, very young. I think in the program, the youngest we've had is 10 years of age. So with that when you have that bracket of very young, I'll call them mothers, automatically in terms of information, they don't have any information around maternal health, around the antenatal and all. So the moment that we are able to work together with the community health promoters, they are actually able to cascade information. And this is information that, first of all, we ensure we take them through a training on maternal and child health, so that even as they get down to the mothers that are in their region, they're able to impact them with knowledge. So what happens is that once they get the knowledge, they are able to know the importance of even being able to attend their clinics. They're able to know that for them to get a baby who is at least live and healthy, and even for themselves to be safe, that they are able to deliver in facilities with a reason on the same. For this particular project, we work very, very closely with all the public hospitals. We currently are working with Ongata Rongai Sub-County Hospital, together with Ole Kasasi Health Center and Gataka Health Center. So we also recognize there are other private facilities, close to 17, that actually support the same maternal and child health. So as we initially spoke, we said that they needed the information. And once the information is actually passed through the trusted partners, and that is the community health promoters, then at facility level, there'll be an increase in uptake of the antenatal services, and also we have seen that initially we had a bit of lower numbers, and especially with the exit of NHIF at a particular point. But what happened is that with a lot of work done even towards awareness on the SHA program, which also has a component of maternal and child health in terms of delivery and also antenatal clinics, then with the increased registration of the same, then the mothers are able to deliver in the facility. So we've seen increased uptake in the antenatal clinics. We've seen also increased uptake also of subsequent clinics like postnatal, that is 2 weeks after delivery. We've seen increased uptake also of mothers who are bringing in their babies for subsequent immunizations. So this is a key indicator, not only for us as St. John, but also at county level and national level, where we aim to increase access of healthcare to our communities. So where do you think the gaps are, and how can you tie them up? So we have what we call low uptake of antenatal clinics for mothers in the first trimester. And these are mothers who are from the onset of pregnancy to about, give it 12 weeks. And maybe traditionally, most mothers know that they're supposed to go for antenatal clinic when the stomach is it's protruding. So you'll find that there are various reasons why the mothers may not come over to the facility. Spans from also, in case it was a very young mother, maybe give it even 13 years, who comes and maybe fears that they'll sit at the same seat, waiting bay area with maybe somebody like me who's above 40. So you'll find that some of them will have a bit of some, they will be a bit resentful about coming in for clinics. We also look at it from a perspective of children also who, I'll call them children and mothers in the same breath, who may feel that I'll also wait, and maybe the parents will tell them just wait a bit, and then maybe you start clinic later on or somewhere far away. So like for this particular indicator around uptake of the antenatal clinic, we are at roughly about 2%, right? And this is as a program as per the cluster we are working with. However, for the year 2026, we aim to increase on that. The other area is around exclusive breastfeeding, where a baby is supposed to breastfeed until 6 months. So we realize that also that is a bit of a challenge, but with that it means we put in other disciplinary, other departments like nutrition department, and also work together with the community health promoters to see how we can cascade what could be the challenges of the mother who cannot be able to breastfeed the baby up to 6 months, right? And that maybe we can see how to support on the same. So those are the two critical indicators that in 2026 we really need to work hard on the same. So we mentioned that this would be the pilot phase for this particular program in 2025. So initially we were meant to reach 3,111 beneficiaries, that is the pregnant mothers, and also those who have what you call new mothers, those who have just delivered, and also able to reach 800 fathers and reach out to close to 12,000 community members. Come to the close of 2025 in December, against 3,111, we were able to reach 4,100 mothers. Against 800 fathers that we were meant to reach, we reached close to 1,500 fathers. And in terms of community awareness, we moved from the target of 12,000 to about 24,000. So in terms of rating and percentage, we can say that we achieved 246% in terms of implementation. But needless to say, of course, there are various indicators that we have to look into. There's what that has happened very well, but we're also keen to look at those indicators that we need extra effort.
Okay, so there's the issue of can I call them incentives that you give to the Mama na Mwana project? What would you say has been the impact of these commodities that you actually give, can I say, to the health facilities and also to the beneficiaries?
I'll start off from at community level. So what we do is that we also offer what we call mama packs to mothers who are now in the third trimester. And this is with a plan because you want to make sure that even as they put their bands together to get ready for delivery, we've seen cases where some don't even have anything, not even a wrapper for a baby, a bucket, or even a pair of slippers, or even sanitary towels. So what we do is that for each and every mother who's in the program, by the third trimester, they're able to get a mama pack that has got a basin, slippers, name it, everything that you'd want immediately that you get the baby. So we've seen that that has really brought about a lot of, they get content and they find that this is so, it speaks to them, speaks to their heart, and you find that they now get even more motivated to come for clinics. That's one. Then two, it becomes also easier for the community health promoter because when they know that they're able to get that, they're also able to refer other mothers to come over and start clinic early.
Mm-hmm. It's been a very big challenge, especially, can I say, in the rural areas, but we are really not in the rural at the moment. You know, here we actually in the town, in Dongai, and still public health facilities don't have certain, can I say, equipment that are needed in terms of ensuring the health of the mother and child, especially during pregnancy. And so you've actually worked to ensure that there's an ultrasound that is going to be delivered, to this particular facility. Talk to us about some of the challenges that these women have been going through, but more so about the impact of what you think this kind of, equipment is going to enhance in these kind of facilities.
In our pilot phase,
we realized that a lot of mothers had a challenge being able to pay for ultrasound services and also what we call the antenatal services, which are basically the tests that are undertaken when you're pregnant. Some of them, the hemoglobin level, what we call the VDRL, and also maybe other tests. So with that, they found it that it was easier for them to stay home and wait and maybe come when the pregnancy is established. And yet, if it's a mother who is at risk, for example, if it's a mother who's got maybe high blood pressure, for example, or if it's a mother who may get antepartum hemorrhage in the process, you see it becomes very difficult to know if there's an issue, right? So for a long time, even as we do our monthly meetings with the community health promoters, we have statistics that were able to show that X amount of mothers were not able to access ultrasound services, and yet as per the antenatal clinics, they are supposed to have 8 visits, and you see, for them to even achieve that, it's quite a tall order. So through the St. John's International, we were able to lobby and see how best can we be able to accelerate this particular service. And in the process, it was a privilege to stumble upon a conference by Mediglobe and Hatch Technologies, who would be able to teach on what you call the point of care ultrasound, known as POCUS. And with this, being cognizant that we don't have so many like radiologists who are available, the lovely thing about it is that this is something that is nurse-led, can be done by the nurse, can be done by the clinical officer, and in time, so that at the first contact as you have with the mother, the nurse doesn't need to stumble. The nurse can be able to check and see if the fetal, how the baby is faring on in utero. So when I saw that it was good, I was able to pitch it off to St. John's International, and we said, let's try it. So out of the 5 African countries, once again, Kenya would be the one implementing this for the Mama na Mwana program. So we are really excited because this has come to fruition, and we've been able to train around 13 to 15 nurses and clinic officers who will be able to offer the service to the pregnant mothers. And the beauty about it is that the mother will not have to pay even a coin. So automatically we see, in terms of access, these mothers will be able to go home knowing the state of their babies in utero. We've come to the end of the program today. Thank you so much as always for your time and your company. Remember, if you've missed any part of this program, you can always catch it on our YouTube channel. My name is Mariambo. On behalf of everyone who made this program possible, we hope to see you again next time.
My name is Steve Muigai Kim. We met at campus at Egerton University, Joro.
I just saw a guy and we grew to be very good friends. But
alikuwa anakatiwa anakuja ananiambia niliachwa.
And he asked me to be the girlfriend. Dad, did not attend their wedding. Mom, Dad, kwani hawajafika. My uncle had to be pulled.
We differed. Ile mbaya ile ya kuachana. Just because of a key holder, it was a key holder.
And so I'm very intentional as a mom to help my kids process things. Who apologizes first after a fight? Oh.
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we've spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
A mother is a source of unconditional love, strength, and guidance who plays a vital role in shaping our lives and values. Mothers should be celebrated because of their endless sacrifices, care, and support that inspire and nurture families and communities every day. On this special Mother's Day, we hit the streets to hear from people of all ages on what the true meaning of a mother is to them.
Their love is unmatched. They portray the love of God through many ways. We should learn to respect them, and also it will come a time where we will have to take responsibility over them as they grow old.
Sinaona tu watoto wanakujaga tu na wakaniambia Happy Mother's Day. Nao wamama niwaambie wakiona watoto wakiona watoto tu wafurahia.
Unajua mama, kutoka wakati mtu akiwa mtoto mdogo, mama anakubeba kwa tumbo, alafu anakubeba miezi 9. Baadaye anazaliwa, ananyonyesha. Sasa na hiyo wakati wote mpaka mtu wakati atatoka kwa mkono ya mama.
For many mothers, love is expressed through warm hugs, bedtime stories, and happy family moments. But for Lucy, motherhood has meant sacrifice, heartbreak, and unimaginable strength. At only 18 years old, she became a mother. Today, she is raising 3 children alone.
Signing of several memoranda of understanding between Kenya and France. Let us kindly take our seats, please. Your Excellencies, will now progress to the signing of several memoranda of understanding, and allow me to invite the signatories that will start us off. And on behalf of the government of the French Republic, I would like to invite Jean-Noël Barrot to take his position at the signing table. Also Honorable Hassan Ali Joho to kindly take his position at the signing table. This particular is a declaration of intent between the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs of the Republic of Kenya and the Ministry of Sea and Fisheries of the French Republic for cooperation in the blue economy and fisheries sector.
Monsieur le Président, déclaration d'intention sur l'économie bleue, signée pour la partie française par Jean-Noël Barrot, ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, et pour la partie kenyane par M. Hassan Ali Joho, secrétaire d'État pour les questions minières, économie bleue et les affaires maritimes.
The objective is to share best practices on developing maritime special plan, safety, security, and sea collaboration in fisheries. After the signing, we'll then just request that you stand up, hold the document for a photo opportunity. Have it closed as we give them a round of applause. Thank you. I'll request that Jean-Noël Barrot please remain as you're still signing the next one, and allow me at this point to invite Honorable James Opio Wandai, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. This particular memoranda of understanding is Government of French Republic in cooperation in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy.
Déclaration d'intention sur l'énergie nucléaire pour la partie française, Jean-Noël Barrot, ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères. Pour la partie kenyane, James Opiyo Wandayi, secrétaire d'État au ministère de l'Énergie et du Pétrole.
The objective of this particular Memorandum of Understanding is security, diversification of its energy mix, the adherence to highest international standards of nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation. Again, once they have signed, we'll request that they then stand up for a photo opportunity after exchanging the documents with a handshake. Then display for a photo. Thank you. I'll request that the two signatories can retreat and take their seats, and allow me at this point on behalf of the Development Agency to invite Moline to take his seat at the signing table, together with Honorable William Kabogo, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy.
Troisième accord sur l'amélioration de la connectivité et transformation numérique au Kenya. Pour la partie française, M. Tristan Aurel Moulinet, directeur adjoint de l'Agence française de développement. Et pour la partie kenyane, M. William Kabogo Jitao, secrétaire d'État au ministère de l'Information, des Communications et de l'Économie digitale.
The Memorandum of Understanding is to facilitate collaboration in the preparation of projects supporting Kenya's digital transformation priorities with the objective of expanding digital connectivity, improving access to digital public services, strengthening digital skills, innovation and entrepreneurship. After the signing, we'll request that they exchange the documents and then have a photo opportunity. Thank you. You may both retreat. At this point, allow me to invite Rudolf Sade, Chairman and CEO of CMA Terminals, together with Dr. Chris Kipto, Principal Secretary, the National Treasury.
MOU entre CMA Terminals et National Infrastructure Fund. Pour la partie française, Rodolphe Saadé, président directeur général de CMA CGM. Et pour la partie kenyane, Chris Kipto, secrétaire d'État au Trésor national.
This is an agreement between CMA Terminals and Government of Kenya, and the objective is managing and operating new container terminals capacities at the port of Mombasa for large container vessels. Again, the objective is managing and operating new container terminal capacities at the port of Mombasa for large container vessels. After the signing, you can then exchange and a photo opportunity. Thank you. You may both retreat. The next agreement is just going to be an exchange. They've been pre-signed. So I'll just request the parties that are involved to take their position, hold the document, display for a photo without necessarily signing. So allow me at this point on behalf of, to invite Moline, Simek, and also Engineer Peter Njenga.
Il s'agira d'échanges de Marocains, les signatures ont lieu plus tôt. Lettre d'intention sur le barrage de Massinga. Pour la partie française, Tristan Aurel Moulinet pour l'Agence française de développement. Pour la partie européenne, M. Simek pour la délégation de l'Union européenne. Et pour Kengen, Peter Njenga, président directeur général de Kengen.
This is to collaborate in potential implementation of the Rising of Masinga Dam project, contributing to Kenya's dam safety. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You may now take your seats. The next has also been pre-signed. Allow me to invite Jean-Sebastien Kaz and Mr. Edward Muriuki.
Déclaration d'intérêt pour le renforcement des capacités du service météorologique et climatique du Kenya. Jean-Sébastien Caz pour président de MFI pour la partie française et Edouard Muriuki, directeur général pour la partie kenyane.
The agreement is to cooperate on modernization of Kenya's national meteorological services. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Allow me Jean-Christian Barjon to take his position and Captain George Kamau.
Protocole d'entente entre Ruby Energy et Kenya Airways par Jean-Christophe Bergeron, président directeur général de Ruby Energy, et Georges Kamal, président directeur général de Kenya Airways.
The MOU of the Memorandum of Understanding is on sustainable aviation fuel production in Kenya between Ruby's Energy and Kenya Airways. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, allow me to invite Dr. James Mwangi, MD, Chief Executive Officer, Equity Group Holdings, and Mr. Karanja Kinyanjui and François Xavier.
Il s'agit d'accord sur les thés kenyans. Pour la partie française, François-Xavier Delmas, président du Palais des thés. Pour la partie kenyane, James Mwangi, directeur exécutif de Equity Group Holdings Limited, et Karanja Kinyanjui, président de Gatanja Industries Limited.
This is off-take and promotional agreement between Paledeta, Gatanga Industries Limited and Equity Group Holdings PLC to facilitate purchase of premium purple tea varieties and promote Kenyan specialties. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll request that Dr. James Mwangi kindly remain, as the next one you still are part of it. Then invite Elizabeth Clavier and Moses Nyabanda.
Il s'agit d'un protocole d'entente entre Equity Group et le CIRAD sur le thé et d'autres produits agricoles. Madame Elisabeth Clavry de Saint-Martin, directrice générale du CIRAD. Et pour la partie kenyane, Monsieur Mwangi, président exécutif de Equity Group Fondation, et Moses Nyabanda, directeur de Equity Bank Limited.
The Memorandum of Understanding is between Equity Bank Limited, Equity Group Foundation and French Agricultural Research Center. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may take your seats. We have two more to go, so allow me at this point to invite Dr. Kenneth Namunje and Thierry Dieu.
C'est un contrat commercial entre Meridian et KPLC. Thierry Déo pour la partie Meridian, directeur général de Meridian. Et pour la partie kenyane, Dr. Kenneth Namunje, fondateur de Craft Skills Energy Limited.
The statement of intent between Meridian SAS and Craft Skills Energy Limited on establishment of Kipeto Surai Energy Limited. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll now proceed to the last one and allow me to invite Thomas Forzier, Jeremy Gauget and Philippe J. Mainga.
Pour le dernier contrat commercial pour le lot 1 de la réhabilitation de la ligne 5 du Nairobi Commuter Rail, pour la partie française, Jérémy Goguet, directeur général de Unifair, et pour la partie kenyane, Philippe Manga, pour le Kenya Railways Corporation.
The contract between Kenya Railways and L5 Consortium, UCE, on modernization of Nairobi Central Station to Embakasi Village, Line 5. Thank you. We'll do a retake on that. I think he was already on his way to get the railway going. He could not wait to get the railway to Embakasi. Thank you. With that, Your Excellencies will now progress to a joint press statement from the two heads of state to the members of the Fourth Estate. So we'll now progress to hearing a joint press statement from the two heads of state. Welcome, Your Excellencies.
Your Excellency, President Emmanuel Macron, distinguished members of your delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I had the distinct honor and pleasure of welcoming President Emmanuel Macron on his official visit to Kenya, taking place at a historic moment as Kenya co-hosts Africa-France Summit in Nairobi under the theme Africa Forward, Africa Finance Partnership for Innovation and Growth. Kenya is deeply honored to host this summit, the first to be held outside France or a Francophone African country in more than 5 decades. This reflects the evolving nature of the Africa Finance Partnership and Kenya's growing role as a convener of regional and global dialogue. The summit brings together leaders, business people, investors, and innovators to advance practical cooperation in areas such as infrastructure, innovation, green growth, and development financing. Kenya and France have maintained strong diplomatic relations since 1963, when France was among the first countries in the world to recognize Kenya's independence, for which we are truly grateful. Over the years, this partnership has evolved into a broad and strategic engagement across multiple sectors. France is one of Kenya's leading economic partners, with strong portfolio of investments supported through the French Development Agency, particularly in renewable energy, urban mobility, and climate-related projects. Our cooperation also extends to education, skills development, and innovation through partnerships between Kenya and France and French institutions, as well as the FD-supported program, higher education, research capacity, and many other areas to support Kenya's industrial and technological transformation. We have held extensive bilateral discussions aimed at deepening cooperation in trade and investment, particularly in manufacturing, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, digital innovation, and agro-industrial development. Kenya is a competitive production and logistics hub for East and Central Africa, supported by special economic zones and a growing industrial base. As part of the strengthening of the strategic partnership between Kenya and France, our two countries today signed right here 11 instruments aimed at deepening cooperation across strategic sectors of our economies. Among the key instruments signed today is the rehabilitation and modernization of the 83 million euro or 12.5 billion Kenya shillings Nairobi commuter rail, which will serve as a central pillar of 5, is expanding and upgrading key commuter rail corridors linking Nairobi to satellite towns such as Syokimau, Embakasi, Ruiru, and Kikuyu. New extensions, including the Rutangong line, currently under construction, will further improve connectivity across our metropolitan city. In addition, we signed an agreement establishing a joint venture to develop and finance logistics and port infrastructure, an investment of $800 million. We also signed an agreement to facilitate the purchase of premium purple tea varieties and promote Kenya's specialty teas across French retail networks, creating opportunities for value addition and high income for our farmers. Mr. President, tomorrow at the dinner, we will be serving some Kenyan tea that looks like French wine. Another important agreement signed today supports Kenya's digital transformation and connectivity, enhancing different acts in our space. Kenya is building a dynamic digital economy that is driving innovation, competitiveness, and regional integration through flagship initiatives such as our concert technopolis, and our digital superhighway. We discussed opportunities to deepen collaboration in digital infrastructure, digital public services, cybersecurity, data systems, and artificial intelligence as Kenya continues to strengthen its position as a leading technology and innovation hub. Additional bilateral agreements signed today cover cooperation in the blue economy and fisheries, the peaceful use of nuclear energy, and I had a conversation with the President on their use of nuclear energy to drive their transformation, and we are preparing and right on the way, Mr. President, to having our first renewable energy from nuclear, and we want to thank you very much that you are willing and able to support Kenya on this very important transformation program, because we need to generate at least 10,000 megawatts in the next 7 years. We also enhanced our cooperation, including modernization of Kenya's climate and weather services. As I told you, Mr. President, Kenya is a country that has 85% of our land mass is arid and semi-arid, and therefore weather predictions are very important. We are also a farming nation, and therefore the support to our weathermen is going to help us have greater accuracy and be able to inform our farmers in good time about weather patterns so that we can be able to do better in that space. Production of sustainable aviation fuel in Kenya, collaboration in agricultural food system transformation, and the expansion, of course, of our green energy with Kipeto Wind Energy Development Project, which will target an additional 100 megawatts at a cost of about $250 million. We also emphasize the importance of enhancing air connectivity between Kenya and France to support growing trade, tourism, and business engagement. At present, limitations in frequency, capacity, and routing constrain the full potential of direct links between our two nations. These measures will directly support increased tourism arrivals from France, facilitate business and investment flows, and strengthen the movement of high-value exports, such as our fresh produce, flowers, and seafood to the European market, leveraging, of course, on our economic partnership agreement that is signed between Kenya and the European Union. We welcome the growing partnership between Kenya and France in advancing research, innovation, and digital skills through initiatives supported by the French Development Agency and the PAMOJA program. President Macron and I agreed to strengthen cooperation in digital health, laboratory systems, and epidemic preparedness, including the improved use of real-time data for early detection and response. This will enhance healthcare delivery and strengthen Kenya's capacity to respond to future outbreaks, including managing our extensive program on universal health coverage in Kenya. We also welcome the deepening cooperation in education and skills development, particularly in STEM and technical and vocational education and training. The state-of-the-art University of Nairobi Engineering and Science Complex, at a cost of 35 million euro, is now moving into implementation phase with the designs finalized, procurement underway, and contractor onboarding expected later this year. Just for your information, Mr. President, Nairobi University is my alma mater. So, at the same time, the Higher Education Engineering Equipment Support Project will equip four of our universities with modern engineering laboratories and equipment for mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering training. These investments will expand hands-on training, strengthen teaching capacity, and produce the skilled engineers and technicians needed to drive Kenya's industrial growth. and we can share this very high-skilled labor, Mr. President, with France if we establish official, structured channels of overseas employment of Kenyans. On regional and global issues, we reaffirmed our shared commitment to multilateralism, climate action, and the reform of the global financial architecture to ensure fair and predictable access to financing for developing countries. I want to thank you, Mr. President, that you have undertaken that we will have a robust conversation on Tuesday on how France can work with us and work with the rest of the G7 on how to enhance African financial institutions, including ATIDI, so that we can use those institutions to leverage more resources from our pension funds, from our insurance companies, to make resources available for development of infrastructure and other facilities in our continent. We also agreed that the Africa-France Summit must move beyond dialogue to implementation with a clear focus on investment, innovation, and partnerships that deliver measurable results. We are confident that the outcomes of this summit will strengthen economic cooperation, mobilize financing, and support Africa's development priorities. Kenya remains committed to deepening its partnership with France and advancing a forward-looking model of cooperation anchored in investment, mutual benefit, and shared responsibility. We view this summit as a turning point towards a more balanced, action-oriented, and results-driven Africa-France partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, I have extended our gratitude to President Macron for the confidence demonstrated in hosting the Fresh Africa Summit, the first ever to be hosted by an Anglophone country in Kenya. Mr. President, I want to promise you that we will not disappoint. And the confidence you have demonstrated in Kenya confirms to you that you have friends on this other side. And you can count on our partnership, you can count on our friendship, and you can count on our collaboration and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to request His Excellency the President to make his statement. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here we are, my dear friend, ministers, ambassadors, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your words, Mr. President, and for your warm welcome. And I'm pleased to come back on Nairobi 7 years after my first trip, my first official visit in your country, and it was the first visit ever of a French president. That's correct. And which was honestly completely crazy to imagine. But the past 7 years have been quite a journey, I have to say. We did a lot together, and we increased our relationships from bilateral point of view, but as well we increased our intimacy. And we always appreciated your commitment to African and global issues. And this is why we decided to have this African Forward Summit being organized here in Nairobi, and thank you very much for that. Let me switch to French.
So as I was saying, this friendship between France and Kenya is no fake pretense, and you know so very well. It can be explained by our common vision between our two countries, which is that of an international order that is open and based on the rule of law and attached to multilateralism, and an efficient one too. And the multiple agreements that we've just signed goes to show that exactly. So I'd like to salute your commitment in the summer of 2023 when we signed in Paris the Pact for Prosperity for People on the Planet. And you were, I must say, a particularly effective leader to lead the others into changing the international situation. And I know how much through you Kenya has made the voice of Africa heard in drafting international solutions that are long-lasting for a very young continent, but whose youth is a blessing. And we're trying to change the international financial and agriculture for climate, agriculture, education. You're always at the forefront. And these imperatives, France support them. Alongside Kenya, we're working on this agenda. And this is impersonated by a bilateral relation, which, your country is exemplary in many. And our partnership is a balanced one, a fair and well-balanced one. Kenya can boast many talents in athletics, in music, as we've seen very recently, finance, in the digital economy, which attracts many French stakeholders. And this has been proven in the facts. So the past few years, in 2012, there were only 35 French companies had invested in your country, and we have 140 today with 36,000 direct jobs. When I look at the past 3 decades, we had roughly 3 billion euros invested, and over the last decade, it was 1.8 billion euros invested by France, and today we signed for an amount of over 1 billion euros of French investment. So we've managed to build something together, which is a new relationship, common feeling and a common commitment, which I think, and you reminded us of the content, is there to live up to your challenges. We want to invest in human capital, and that's the idea between the investments we want to make at the University of Nairobi, the university, Mr. President, your alma mater, of course. For which we would like to support the building of a new building, a complex for science and engineering, and we also carry partnerships with the best higher education schools in Paris, France, in Saclay for engineering, artificial intelligence, and other disciplines of the kind. And through these partnerships between innovation, research, and education, it's a whole future generation of engineers from Kenya who will be working on the new models of artificial intelligence and solutions for climate resilience, which is a good thing for the country and the region. So France is mobilizing its know-how in key sectors for growth and innovation in Kenya. Energy infrastructures, digital infrastructures, which are your priorities, and that's the reason for which French businesses are investing and believe in the potential of Kenya. CMA, CGM, which has just committed to renovate 2 terminals of the Mombasa port for a total investment of 700 million euro. Meridiam, which is going to extend the second largest wind farm in the country for $225 million. And in total, through all of these projects, there's over 1 billion euros worth of investment that have just been signed. The projects, the contracts we have signed today, which is a result of the past month's work or year's work, have allowed us to improve the livelihood of Kenyans to a new electrical plant, a power plant, and the new railway and signaling system to release the pressure on the capital, the renovation of the Masinga Dam, the new digital highway to extend the fiber connection to most of the country, and a partnership on long-lasting fuels, on sustainable fuels, between our respective companies, and the improvement of our partnership for climate monitoring and weather monitoring to be put to good use for smart agriculture, and our partnership in the production of tea, the sophistication on the upgrading and the increasing of the added value of your tea through the partnerships that we have signed. And talking about power and energy, the partnership that we've just signed is one in the field of civil nuclear energy. Partnerships by Meridiam for wind farms. Well, there's our common will to build something long-lasting, and this is our partnership for civil nuclear energy. What I'm saying here, Mr. President, is that you're partnering with France and committing to France is something that testifies to your trust and something that we consider important, because civil nuclear energy in France is something that we've been building since after World War II, and that we've very often shared with trustworthy partners, and this allows us today to produce 75% of our electricity in France, which is low carbon. When we talk about civil nuclear energy, we're talking about something essential for our country. So we know how to produce it in a safe way, in a sustainable way, in a fully secure way, and this is not something that we're selling. It's something we use at home with public companies, state companies that have deployed this. So over and above what the President said, what I wanted to remind you about our bilateral partnership, as you probably understood, is an opportunity for us to build a wider partnership through the organization of this first Africa Forward Summit. And tomorrow evening, Mr. President, you were kind enough to welcome 35 heads of state and government from Africa, and 50 or so delegations that will be coming as well, be mobilized as well. The first day we will have a day at the University of Nairobi to highlight the different partnerships between companies or initiatives held by companies. We will have a CEO forum with over 6,000 participants, which is totally unprecedented on the continent, and you can be very proud of it. This goes to show the attractiveness of Kenya and of this partnership. We also have innovations which will be presented, and the African youth will have an opportunity to speak up, and we'll talk about sports, industry, culture, and anything creative, and there will also be creative things with PPPs, public and private funding. And we will also make announcements of new investments by French companies on the African continent and investment by African companies in Europe. The second day at the International Conference Center, the KICC, will be working on seeing how to advance towards finding a solution to the international crisis, and the UN Secretary General will be present as well. And we'll work on how we can reform the international financial infrastructure, and we will defend this at the upcoming G7 meeting in 1 month's time. And then we will try and speed up the reform of the African financial infrastructure with the African Development Bank. We'll talk about health, sovereignty, competitiveness, connectivity. I mean, this is a real premiere. And only by the number of people mobilized, heads of state, CEOs, I mean, this is a real premiere and already a great success. So, how exciting to look at the future, and I would like to thank you, Mr. President. Now, tufanye kazi pamoja. Asanteni sana.
With your permission, Your Excellencies, we'll now take 3 questions from the members of the press. And I'll request that you introduce yourself with your name, the media house you represent, and keep your question as short and crisp as possible. To the questions.
No, French.
Of Citizen TV, just one question. Are you concerned that some of these, some of the countries in the Western Africa region are not part of this conversation? You know, those countries in the Sahel region. Just that question. And to my President William Ruto, how is this going to affect our partnership with other bilateral friends? And of course, how does it fit into your plan to transform Kenya into the first world country, because you've mentioned it? Thank you.
Do we take all the questions at once, or we one and we answer?
Your Excellencies, with your permission, we can take the 3, then have them answered all at once. So if we can move to the next 2 questions, please.
Bonjour. Hello.
De l'opportunité
de TV5 Monde.
Au président
Une question, first question to President Ruto. With President Macron, you have now a long relation. You've just signed several MOU on different issues, but what makes France a different partner from the others, up to you? Au président Macron, une question. Avec ce sommet Africa Forum.
President Macron, with this summit, African Forward in Kenya, you confirm your wish to open French diplomacy and come really to New Horizon. But isn't there a way of avoiding the French-speaking part of Africa where France found itself in trouble recently?
Bonjour, Christelle Méral, France.
Hello, my name is Christelle Méral from France Télévisions. I would like to put a question to President Emmanuel Macron. We've just heard that Iran is threatening with immediate response in the case of French and British deployment in the Strait of Hormuz. That this means that the mission of Charles de Gaulle is no longer valid, and does this question the mere principle of the maritime coalition? And of course, with the recent events in Algeria, are you optimistic for the freeing of the journalist called Christophe Glaise, and will you return soon to Algeria? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The relationship between
Merci beaucoup. La relation entre le Kenya et la
is a relationship between friends. And France has interests in Kenya, and Kenya has interests in a relationship with France. And I have said this is a relationship that has been built since our independence. France has been our friend. It's among the first countries to recognize Kenya's independence, and they have walked with us that journey ever since. And therefore, we have relationships with other countries. We have relationships with other partners. But the relationship with France is special. Special because there is a very personal relationship between President Macron, myself, and Kenya. And that relationship has earned us the place where we are today. The first summit signaling a shift to a broader, much more inclusive relationship with Africa, recalibrated with the understanding of respect for sovereignty, being a relationship that is mutually beneficial, and a relationship that recognizes Africa's position and priorities is what we are having here. And President Macron chose Kenya because of that very special relationship. And number two is because we have a robust development program between France and Kenya. France has supported our energy generation. France has supported health issues in our country, transport issues in our nation. We've just signed off education, a robust education program that will cover our universities and our TVETs, very well aligned with the priorities of my administration and the priorities of Vision 2030, Kenyan Vision. On the airport, we have agreed on what to do in the airport space. We have agreed on what to do on agriculture space, smart agriculture. We share very common positions on the reform of the international financial architecture. I have taken time to brief my brother, President Macron, on the National Infrastructure Fund, a mechanism we established recently, and how they can participate so that we can leverage more resources. And I'm truly grateful that he has offered to work with us and work with the Africa Development Bank, which I met earlier today, to assist ATIDI, which is our insurance facility, so that mechanisms such as the National Infrastructure Fund, which targets Kenya's development, can be assisted
to leverage private sector resources, pension resources, insurance resources, crowding in with other partners so that we can have adequate resources to run our development program. And therefore, this Africa-French Summit and the bilateral relationship between Africa and France speaks to Kenya's transformation, because the tenets and the aspirations of the summit and the relationship between France and Kenya and the relationship between President Macron and myself are very key to unlocking the potential for us to be able to drive our development. And I have briefed my brother, President Macron, on matters to do with transport and logistics, energy, and agricultural transformation. You have been following what I have been canvassing in Kenya, and those are the three primary areas of investment that we are targeting if we are to move Kenya to a first world country. On transport and logistics, you've already seen the signing of the agreement on the rail, the commuter rail in Nairobi, the discussions we've had on the airport, the discussions we've had on the port of Mombasa and other ports. That speaks to my first pillar of transport and logistics. You've also heard that we are leveraging on France's technology and long-term engagement with nuclear energy. You heard President Macron say 75% of their energy is nuclear energy, safe nuclear energy. And this is a program they have engaged in since the Second World War. Therefore, Kenya is going to benefit from France's understanding of nuclear energy as I drive the transformation of our country. You know very well I have said we need to generate 10,000 megawatts of energy in the next 7 years, and one of the interventions is going to be in nuclear energy as we expand our generation in geothermal, hydro, wind, and solar. And finally, on matters to do with the agricultural transformation, I'm very happy that our tea farmers will soon be getting better prices from their purple tea and all the other farmers in that space. I'm very happy with the agreement that has been signed. But I've also explained to President Macron that there exists investment opportunities in our dam construction, because we now have a water purchase agreement for commercial water. And we are looking at companies from France that can work with us on the construction of the 50 mega dams that I have announced, so that we can take the transformation of Kenya in the right direction. Finally, somebody has asked me what is different between France and others. Every relationship is unique, and therefore we have different relationships with different people. And I keep being asked this question: are you looking east or are you looking west? And my standard answer is that we are looking forward.
As for the first question, Emmanuel, I want just to clarify the fact that Western African countries will be present. I mean, President of Senegal, President of Ivory Coast, President of Gabon, President of DRC, and so on, and many others will be here. It's hard to say that Western Africa will not be present in this room. You have three countries, and I do regret that, which decided, because of the coup and the behaviors of the military people in charge, to put them aside from the rest of the club, by the way, aside of ECOWAS as well and others. It doesn't mean that West Africa is not part of this meeting. The biggest leaders of Western Africa will be here. And beyond that, we've been very vigilant to have civil society, even from Sahel states, being present. Because we can disagree with some of these governments, quote to quote, but we never disagree with people. We love these people. In Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger. So all these people are involved in this conference and in this summit, and we will have a lot of intellectuals, academics, artists, entrepreneurs coming from these countries being present. C'est un peu dans la continuité que je réponds.
So, I mean, it's along the same lines that I'll answer your question. I don't consider French-speaking Africa as being just one block, and ours, our backyard. And this is something I said as of November in the speech I gave in Ouagadougou. So we have no desire with this Africa Forward Summit after the one that was held in Montpellier in 2021. There's no desire to hide anything. No, it's just a way of saying Africa is a whole, and we are really Pan-African, and we believe that Africa is a continent, and that the continent has a lot to build. With the youngest population in the world, a fantastic demographic dividend, and with the greatest growth in the world. The growth of Africa was just higher than Southeast Asia. So we have to take a different look at Africa. And indeed, it is a continent that I want no longer France to consider it as our backyard, quote unquote, and in which our CEOs would have guaranteed contracts or partnerships because it would be in French-speaking countries. No, or because France would give some kind of guarantee or insurance that things would happen. No, and that's over since 2017. Because way before 2017, our companies had started losing market shares in French-speaking African countries because Africa is a competitive ground. I mean, and rightly so. And because I believe that we need a well-balanced partnership and a fair partnership. So the transformation we've been carrying out for the past 10 years is based on state sovereignty and territorial integrity. There's been a coup in Mali. You don't want France to be in Mali because you don't want us to fight terrorism. Well, we'll just leave. No offense. No offense. But the events have shown that this wasn't not the best solution or the best option for Mali, and I would like to pay tribute to our soldiers here who fell. Too many of them fell for the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Mali between 2013 and 2001. But we really rethought or revamped our relationship based on security, not to pull out, but to rebalance things wherever there were bases that were too obvious, that were the remnants of past times. We transformed these French bases as elements of partnership like we did in Gabon, and we founded our relationship in Benin, Ghana, Gabon. We reinvented this in Western African countries, and it works. And it gives us excellent results in Benin and in Nigeria. We rethought our economic relations. The summit testifies to it. We reshaped the cultural relations, and I mean, when talking about the restitution of cultural objects, the people are saying France would never agree, but it was a true attempt. So we're showing that there is a well-balanced partnership. Western African countries are here, are present, and France, when we see what we've been able to do over the past years with Benin, in security, and when we see what we've been doing with Gabon, and what we've done with the president of Senegal, and we'll see tomorrow when we see what we're doing in sports, in culture, or in reinventing our partnership in security with local academies. I mean, we're doing wonderful things, and we're transforming things, and we are creating something unprecedented in the relationship between France and the African continent. Now, Kenya, no French president has visited before my visit in 2019. I mean, South Africa has created a strong competitiveness, but I could mention what we managed to do in the past few years with Morocco, or to tell you more about our relationship with Portuguese-speaking countries. So I'm looking forward too. And I can see that we have transformed quite a lot of things in the past 10 years, and we've never avoided French-speaking African countries. I was in Gabon last spring, next fall out, be it Gabon, Senegal, and Cote d'Ivoire. And those are French-speaking countries, so we're still moving forward, and we're present through our renewed partnerships with all of these countries. Now, to answer the last two questions that were put to me on Iran and Algeria. On Iran, I think there's a lot of confusion. I think we need to calm things down. You talked about a deployment, quote unquote. Now, there was never any deployment taken into consideration or imagined. No, I decided a few years ago to move the Charles de Gaulle and the frigates that it was escorting and the whole air and naval group over the Joker to the eastern Mediterranean to Toulouse. It was never a deployment, but we are just ready. And from the beginning, from day one, we say, okay, freedom of navigation. That's the motto. We have to put an end to any blockade, whoever is holding it, and refuse any kind of toll and allow free navigation. We discussed this with the president. The whole African continent has fallen victim to the blockade since the Hormuz Strait was blocked. So we never envisaged, so look at all of our declarations, we never thought about any kind of deployment. That was not what France wanted. We deployed an ad hoc mission co-steered with the British authorities, bringing together 50 countries and international organizations to allow, in a concerted manner, to come into a dialogue with Iran and to ensure, as soon as conditions may allow it, to allow for free circulation in the Strait of Hormuz and free circulation, free maritime traffic for fertilizers, oil, and any kind of other goods. I don't know who is commanding, but this is what France has to say, and I can only call for everybody's quietness. There's too much talking and too much excitement, even in words. And I think we're all the victims of what is going on now. Our fellow citizens in France are paying the price of a war we never wanted. So today, let's try and remain calm and prioritize a peaceful reopening of the Hormuz stage and have priorities in an adapted ballistic and nuclear framework, and France is fully respectful of the rule of law and international law. As for Algeria, I'm really happy of what happened in the past few years. The trip of the Minister for Armed Forces to Algeria, and the discussions they had with President Tebboune, the Chief of the Armed Forces, and the delegations that ensued. And as I said, during the last few weeks, my obligation is to defend the interests and the rights of the French citizens. And our common interest is to have a peaceful or a peace relationship and constructive relationship with Algeria, which needs to be respectful on both sides and bring solutions on all topics. And the events during the past few months were very deleterious to France and Algeria, and it's not what I want. So my wish is to be pragmatic and to serve the interests of our fellow citizens, to find solutions that are humanitarian and migratory, economic, or regional, but to construct solutions that are responsible and accountable. And I think this is one first step forward. We've already seen a few signals from Algeria, and I think the reconstruction of our relationship will be developed with esteem. So once again, allow me to thank you, President Ruto, for the words you mentioned right now on the trust in our partnership. And he said far better than I could say how strong our common wish is to look forward for both our countries and for the African continent. And there was always a deliberate will when we talked about the relationship with different European countries and Africa to look towards the past. We always wanted to develop new relations. It's the whole spirit of bilateral relations, is the whole spirit of our joint chairmanship of the Africa Forward Summit and the renewed partnership in all fields. And this is what is going to allow both our countries to succeed, and to succeed with Africa, and I'm very proud to be here with you tonight, and dear William, thank you for hosting the event.
Allow me, Mr. President, to conclude this conference by just saying two things.
Monsieur le Président, deux choses pour conclure cette conférence de presse. Premièrement,
we can speak for ourselves as Africans. And I want to say, and to congratulate President Macron for having the courage to recalibrate the relationship between Africa and France, to make it more inclusive. It's not about Anglophone, Francophone. I think to broaden the conversation, make it much more inclusive, broaden the engagement, make the engagement mutually beneficial with shared responsibility. We understand as African leaders that we too have responsibilities. This relationship is not going to be one-sided. We will be expecting from France as they will be expecting from us. And they will be giving as much as we are giving. That is the win-win, mutually beneficial relationship. And that relationship that President Macron is now championing, a relationship of equals, is the correct template for our relationship. Not thinking about aid and loans, but thinking more about investments and about what Africa can offer. We have real assets. We have young people, demographic dividend. We have natural resources. We have energy resources. These resources count for something, and we want a balanced relationship, and that is what this Nairobi summit is about, and that is what the Nairobi Declaration will be about. And I want to be very clear that what President Macron is doing, recalibrating this relationship, is actually what we want as Africans. This is how we want the relationship to be going into the future. And finally, on the challenges we have at the Strait of Hormuz and the problems we have, I was having consultations with my fellow heads of state earlier today from Sierra Leone, from Senegal, and all of us are affected. Fuel prices, oil prices have gone up by between 20 and 30%. We've just come out of COVID. We've suffered the consequences of the war in the middle of Europe, and now we have another situation. For those of us on the receiving end, because this is no longer about 2 or 3 or 5 countries. It's about many countries and many people and millions of people. The sooner we find a resolution, the better for all of us. It is our very strong belief and urge that the people concerned should not just consider their interests, they should also consider the interests of millions who today are paying the price of the war in that corner. So whatever that can be done should be done so that we find a resolution and we find a ceasefire and we find a resolution of the conflict there. And President Macron and your colleagues in the EU, please deploy your diplomacy and all other assets that you have to see how we can bring this to an end. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, it was our pleasure to have you. President Macron, thank you very much. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of the joint press statement. I'll request that we remain seated. Kindly let's remain seated to allow the photographers to get their shots as His Excellency Dr. William Ruto sees off His Excellency Emmanuel Macron after a wonderful time. So please remain seated as His Excellency sees off his colleague. and we call it a night for today. Thank you very much. Do have yourselves a wonderful evening. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Na mtazamaji, umekuwa ukifuatilia matangazo hayo ama hafla hiyo ambayo tumekupeperushia moja kwa moja kutoka Ikulu, ambapo siku hii ya leo rais ni mwenyeji wa rais wa Ufaransa Emmanuel Macron ambaye yumo ziarani humu nchini. Hii leo wamekutana hapo Ikulu kuangazia masuala mbalimbali katika kuimarisha usuhuba baina ya Kenya na nchi ya Ufaransa katika masuala mbalimbali ya kibiashara, masuala yaliyotajwa yakiwemo yale ya barabara, kawi na vile vile reli. Kumbuka Kenya itakuwa mwenyeji wa kongamano lile la Africa Forward Summit ambalo litaanza hapo kesho na vile vile pia siku ya Jumanne. Na Kenya, kwa nini hii ni habari njema kwetu? Ni habari njema manake Kenya ndio nchi ya kwanza kwa kongamano hili kuandaliwa nje ya nchi ya Ufaransa, vile vile nchi zile zingine ambazo pia zinazungumza lugha ya Kifaransa. Kwa hivyo ni hatua muhimu ama ni jambo la kujivunia kama wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo hayo yalikuwa tu ni mazungumzo ama mkutano tu wa faragha ambao Rais William Ruto ameweza kufanya na rais wa Ufaransa Emmanuel Macron kuweza kuangazia na pia kuimarisha usuhuba ama uhusiano ulioko baina ya Kenya na Ufaransa. Awali tuliona kwamba kuna mikataba mbalimbali ambayo imeweza kuwekwa, kumekuweko na mawaziri kutoka humu nchini Kenya na vile vile mawaziri kutoka nchi ya Ufaransa ambao pia wameweza kukutana pale katika kutia saini mikataba mbalimbali ya kuweza kuwezesha uhusiano wa Kenya na Ufaransa. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, pia kukumbusha tu ni kwamba uwepo ama ujio wa rais huyo wa Ufaransa ni pia kuimarisha uhusiano baina ya Ufaransa na Afrika. Kwa hivyo kongamano litakaloandaliwa hapo kesho ambapo KBC itakuwa inakuletea matangazo haya kongamano moja kwa moja, ni kwamba ni kuhakikisha kwamba uhusiano ulioko baina ya Afrika na Ufaransa unaweza kuimarishwa zaidi na pia kuondoa vile vizingiti ambavyo vimekuwa vikitatiza biashara ama uwekezaji katika maeneo haya mawili. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, niruhusu ni achane na hayo kwa sasa. Ni kabla nikuage, unaona hapa ninazo tuzo ambazo wanahabari wenza hapa KBC wameweza kuzipata, lakini sitazungumzia mengi manake taarifa kamili kuhusiana na masuala yaliyo pelekea kupeanwa kwa tuzo hizi, basi utaweza kupata kina cha taarifa hiyo hapo mwendo wa saa 3. Tunasema mcheza kwao hutuzwa na vile vile chanda chema huvishwa pete. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, leo ikiwa pia ni siku ya kina mama ulimwenguni, niruhusu niwatakia kina mama wote Happy Mother's Day. Mtazamaji, hatujaweza kuporesha taarifa za leo, lakini mwendo saa 3 utapata taarifa hizo. Mimi ni Kamchemenza wa Shirame kwa ni Byron Abuli. Masalamu.
One day, while teaching an oral healthcare class, I saw a little boy who kept covering his mouth. It turns out he had lost some of his teeth and felt embarrassed. But as a hygienist, a child's smile means everything to me. That's why Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection unlocks 24-hour cavity defense, a formula boosted with calcium for lifelong smiles. Every child has the right to smile, and a beautiful smile is a healthy smile.
Colgate, #1 oral care brand in the world. Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne tarehe 12 mwezi Mei, tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina. Tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru.
kutoka blog na KBC umeamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukuomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tu. Tuoneka kweli wewe ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa street. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y.
Dial *524# today. If you believe you're the smartest and you deserve a spot on the Bongo Quiz show, play now. You can test the skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. There's a million questions from different categories to be answered. Dial *524# and test your skills.
Bongo Quiz.
For the chance to win sponsorship to charity causes, 2 teams will be joining us. They will go head-to-head answering witty questions in the shortest time possible. Let's meet our contestants.
Kwa majina naitwa Kamila Mjitutungo.
Hapa nieleza Jenga, team Elikam kwa Bongo Quiz. Tumekuja kushinda so that tuweke biashara ya Nilpala itunufaishe na inufaishe jamii.
Tukutane Bongo Quiz.
Hi guys, I'm Shalini Waithera, naitwa Jacinta Maina, mamake Shalini. Na sisi ni Jeshama kutoka Nisambu. Niko hapa Bongo Quiz, natarajia kupata hizi pesa ili niweze kuamsha biashara yangu ilikuwa imeanguka. At least niweze kulipa bills na kusomesha watoto. Tumekuja Bongo Quiz na sisi ni washindi. Tukutane Bongo Quiz.
This is not just a game. This is Bongo Quiz. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the only show in Eastern and Central Africa where we give contestants a chance to answer as many questions as they can, and their goal is to get sponsorship to their charity causes. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni Bongo Quiz. As you have seen, both our teams have very valid reason as to why they are here tonight. They are going to go through 3 rounds answering as many questions as they can to put their teams on a better spot. And these are the rules for round 1. Each contestant will choose a box. Inside these boxes are powers that will be used on different stages of the game. Each team will choose a team leader to represent them in the quickfire round. Both these teams have up to 150 seconds to answer as many questions as they can. Any correct answer is 100 points. Any wrong answers or passes are minus 50 points. Let the challenge begin. Charlene for Team Jeshama and Eliezer for Team Elikam, please join me.
Okay.
Are we confident?
Yeah.
Charlene? Yeah. So both of you have approximately 150 seconds to answer as many questions as you can. Every correct answer is 100 points, and any wrong answer or pass is minus 50 points. Is that clear? But for you, Eliza, you're working with 150 points for every correct answer. Charlene, you're working with a power called shield. That means any question that Charlene gives me, if it's incorrect, hakui penalized. Sawa sawa?
Yeah.
Uko tayari? Your quick fire questions starts now. Charlene, I'll start with you. My mother's mother is my?
My mother's mother is grandma.
Grandma is correct. How many milk teeth are there?
That's true.
32 is incorrect. The only mammal that can fly?
Bat.
Bat is correct. Kenya's most famous and leading exports?
TV.
Tea is correct. Name the process used to separate salt from salty water?
Evaporation.
Evaporation is correct. Smallest county by land size?
Nairobi.
Nairobi is incorrect. What color is Gor Mahia's kits?
Green.
Green is correct. Kenya's national animal?
A lion.
Lion is correct. What gas do plants use for photosynthesis?
Oxygen.
Oxygen is incorrect. What part of the plant conducts photosynthesis?
Leaves.
Leaves is correct. Which liquids are used in the thermometer?
Mercury.
Mercury is correct. What is the largest land animal?
Elephant.
Elephant is correct. What do bees produce?
Honey.
Honey is correct. What do you call water in solid form?
H2O.
Wow, that's incorrect. What is the name of the star at the center of our solar system?
Sun.
Sun is correct. Which part of the plant grows underground? Correct. Which sport in Kenya is best known globally?
Athletics.
That's correct. Largest lake in Kenya?
Lake Victoria.
That's incorrect. What is the boiling point of water in degrees Celsius?
100 degrees Celsius.
Correct. What is the chemical symbol of water?
H2O.
Correct. What is the opposite of hot?
Cold.
Correct. Which bird is known for imitating human speech?
Sparrow.
Pardon?
Sparrow.
Pardon?
Sparrow.
Sparrow, that's incorrect. What do you call a house made of ice?
Pass.
Pass. What do you call a baby goat?
Lamb.
Pardon?
Lamb.
That's incorrect. Which animal is known for its black and white stripes?
Leopard.
Leopard is incorrect. Which animal lays the largest eggs?
Ostrich.
Correct. Which mode of payment is most common in Kenya?
M-Pesa.
That's correct. Who succeeded Moses as a leader of the Israelites?
Joshua.
Joshua is correct. How many counties? And the time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for these two. It's about that time we know how much these teams have. And you are working with 1,050. Give it up for Charlene. Team Elicom is working with 850. Give it up for. Okay, you can go back to your stands. And that was it for round one. Team Jeshama taking the lead with 1,050. Please stick around for round two because things are about to get hotter, and that particular round, teams will be discussing. Stay tuned. Dial star 524 hash today. If you believe you're the smartest and you deserve a spot on the Bongo Quiz show, play now. You can test the skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. There's a million questions from different categories to be answered. Dial star 524 hash and test your skills.
Wakati nilizaa mtoto wangu, nilipata postpartum depression akiwa 2 months. Ika grow now to bipolar disorder, which I'm fighting with right now. Venye nilienda kwa psychologist, aliniambia look for something that will make you busy every time. Reason sana yenye tunataka kuweka hiyo Impala, it's for me to be busy. I know that and I believe that we are going to win, and I believe that we are going to have a chance to get that, to start that business, and kila kitu tuweke Mungu mbele. Asante.
niko hapa ili nipate at least capital niweze kuamsha biashara ya viatu. Nilikuwa na vipost online, ilikuwa inaenda vizuri cause ningepost kitu asubuhi, jioni nilikuwa at least ninapata faida na pesa inarudi ya kurudisha job. Due to hospital bills nikarudi zero. Niko hapa ili nipate at least capital niweze kuamsha biashara ya viatu. Kienda vizuri tarudisha mashini zangu za printing na niweze kustabilize.
For the chance to make their dreams come true, these two teams are here to battle it out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 2 of Bongo Quiz. So ladies and gentlemen, in round 2, every correct answer is 500 points. Every wrong answer is minus 50 points. These teams have up to 30 seconds to give me the correct answer, and of course, they can discuss with their teammates. Now, I have a couple of categories, I think 8 or 9. I'm going to randomly ask you guys questions from those categories. Team Jeshama, mnawak na a very, very powerful power inaitwa plus 5 seconds. So that means if every team is getting 30 seconds, Team Jeshama wako na ngapi?
35.
Now, Mr. Frederick, I'm going to start with you. Are you ready for my question?
Yeah.
So your first question is, which comes first in Kenya? Mashujaa Day or Madaraka Day?
Madaraka Day.
Pardon?
Madaraka Day.
Utaki hata kudiscuss. Ilikuwa rahisi hivyo. And Madaraka Day is the correct answer. Give it up for Frederick. Mr. Oscar, are you ready for your first question? Remember, you are working with a power called make or break. For every correct answer is plus 500, meaning ukipata unapata ngapi? Tao. For every wrong answer, it's no longer 250, it's minus 500. I really hope your power yako it'll work to your advantage. Now, are you ready for your first question? Which is the largest ocean in the world?
The Pacific.
Jamani, simu discuss. Ocean sijui na kwanga 5 ama 6, hata sijui. Which is the largest ocean?
Pacific.
Are you confident with that answer?
Pacific Ocean.
And Pacific is the correct answer. Give it up for Oscar. Hey, Jacinta, ma'am, tuko kwako. Your second question is, how old will Kenya be this year? How old will Kenya be this year? Hapo lazima ujue Kenya ilipata independence lini, uingie kwa mathematics, ucalculate sijui 19 what minus what, sijui 64. 64? Are you content? Remember you have 35 seconds. Minus 19, 64. So that is 6 minus 4. Time is almost up. 64. 64? Yeah. And you're going with 64? Yeah. And 64 is incorrect. Team Eli come. Do you want to steal that question?
No.
No. You don't?
No.
Nyini wa Kenya kweli? Now, the correct answer is 63. Yani mlimiss tu na hivi. Kamoja. Now, are you ready for your second question? Which instrument measures the strength and direction of wind? Which instrument measures the strength and direction of wind? Remember, wako na power inaitwa make or break. For correct answers, plus 500. For wrong answers, minus 500. Easy peasy. Hii swali rahisi. Inajua ningepea Jacinta angenyorosha. Charlie, that is. Time is almost up. Time is almost up. What time is it?
Wind vane.
Wind vane. And wind vane is incorrect. Do you want to steal that point? That question? Do you want to steal it?
Yeah. Windsock.
And, hey, whoa. And windsock is correct. Give it up for Frederick. Team Jeshama, are you ready for your third question? Charlene, I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
How old was Jesus when he died? Hapo uzuri mama anaendanga kanisa, hapa tishiki. God is on their side. How old was Jesus when he died? Jesus died when when he was a young man, nilosema hivyo.
33.
33?
Yeah.
Mko sure? You sound so sure. Najua kama si hiyo.
It's okay.
It's okay, sindio? Anyways, and 33 is the correct answer. Give it up for Team Jeshalma. Are you ready for your third question? Kuna vidole 5 kwa mkono. Kuna gumba, kuna shahada na chakati. Taja zilizobaki. Kuna gumba, kuna shahada, kuna chakati. Hizi mbili ndo zimebaki. Hizi mbili. Naona nimepea mpaka hint. Taja zilizobaki. Sasa mnanitajia hii na hii. Taja. 9 seconds remaining. Please give me the answer. Sema tu. Sema Oscar. Sema.
Chapet.
Na gani? Ay. And that is how you've been disqualified. The time is up, guys. Since hujajibu yote, wacha nirushe hii side. Sijui kama nataka kuichukua hiyo swali. Hamtaki kuichukua? So it's very unfortunate, Team Elikam mmekuwa disqualified. Umesema kidole cha pete, hiyo ni correct. Na hii ingine ya mwisho inaitwaje? Kidole cha mwisho, wanangu. Very easy. Very easy. Alright, question 4 and Mr. Frederick.
Yes.
Tuko kwako. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Which is the largest island in Africa? Which is the largest island in Africa?
Madagascar.
You know what? Niliwapea 35 seconds to discuss. Discuss ini? Your answer is Madagascar? And Madagascar is the correct answer. Give it up for Frederick. Team Elikam.
Yep.
Confidence bado iko, si ndio? Tunajua hapa niliwaambia anything can happen.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your fourth question is, who was the first African woman to win a Nobel Prize? Mboga. Very easy. Very easy question.
Hungary mother.
And that is the correct answer. Give it up. Hey, now the final question for Team Jeshama. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Which organ in the body produces insulin? Which organ in the body produces insulin? Mkishauliza mtu swali muone amejishika kichwa. Mjua hapo kidogo si kuzuri. It's not looking good. Inside pia wana discuss sasa ni swali ni yao. Ni kama tayari mshajua huko wana wrong mnataka kuiba, okay? What's the answer?
Pancreas.
Are you sure?
Yeah. We'll go with that.
You go with that?
Yeah.
And pancreas is the correct answer. Give it up for Charlene. Now, the last question for Team Elikam. Which is the last book of the Old Testament? Which is the last book of the Old Testament? Which is the last book of the Old Testament? Yaani swali za leo ni rahisi. Ukiwa pale nyumbani unazisikiaje? Unazijibu pia ama kidogo umepotea? Aki Team Elikam mimi hapana. Hii nimekataa. Hii hamwezi kosa. Give me an answer. Whatever you're thinking. Mika? You should lock in Mika. And Mika is incorrect. You want to steal it?
Yeah.
So the last book of the Bible is?
Malachi.
Pardon?
Malachi.
And Malachi is the correct answer. Give it up for Frederick. So that was it for round 2. It's about that time to do it. What these teams have. And Team Elikam are working with 1,350. Give it up for Team Elikam. Team Jeshama are working with 3,800 points. I really hope that you have enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us till this point. And let me tell you, round 3 is in the corner and that particular round is hot. Stay tuned. Be a part of the Bongo Quiz excitement by simply dialing You can test the skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. Play now and join the fun with Bongo Quiz. Pressure and emotions are running high. This is literally do or die. This is the segment where contestants wanatuonyesha just how much they want to be winners. The pressure is real. Frederick, nimesema pressure is real. Unaisikia?
Yeah.
In this particular segment, you have the power to answer 3 questions. You're going to spin the wheel. Whatever points you get, nitakuuliza swali. Ukipata swali, unapata hizo points. After every question, nitakuwa nakuuliza, je, Frederick, unataka kuendelea au la? Ukiendelea mbele, nitakuuliza swali lingine. Utaspin tena. Ukipata, unaweka hizo points kwa mfuko. Ukikosa, it means the points that you got in the first question inapotea. Are the rules home? You are working with a power called bonus question. That means ukikosa swali yangu, bado uko na nguvu ya kuniambia, Bella, I still want my extra question. So are you ready? Fingers crossed. Guys, fingers crossed for him. Sindio? Make your first spin. Twende kazi. Kumbuka Frederick anataka ngapi? 2,500 for his first spin. Let's see kama kweli ataipata. 250 imeenda, tuone kama itapita. And that's 2,000 points for his first spin. Mambo ni moto, eh? I like that you've got 2,000. 2,000, it's closer to 2,500. Sindio? Now your first question is, to back this to 2,000 points, what are the big 5 wild animals in Kenya?
You have elephants.
Yes.
Leopards.
Pardon?
Leopards.
Okay.
You have rhino. You have lion. And
the last one?
you have giraffe.
And we have giraffe.
Yeah.
Are we locking in that answer? Are we confident?
Yeah.
And that is incorrect. The big 5. So instead of giraffe, ungesema buffalo. Now, you have bonus question. And now I'm going to ask you your final question for tonight. Which Kenyan athlete won Olympic gold in the men's 800 meter in Rio 2016? I know you know it. Hey, you seem to have a cousin also. There's nothing you're getting from this side. This is all you. Hii ni wewe peke yako. Your time is almost up. Please give me an answer.
Pass.
And that's a pass. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for Frederick. Give it up for Frederick. All right, Frederick, you can go and join your group. Karibu kwenye hot seats. Hapa literally people are sweating. You're competing with 3,800 points. Do you think utamanage kuitop?
I'll do my best.
You'll do your best? Are you ready to spin?
Yeah.
Go ahead and spin. Kumbuka Oscar ana compete na 3,800 points. Let's see kama kweli atapata swali zangu correct. So that's 2,000 imeenda, 15 imeenda, 1,000, no, 2,000, no. And 1,000 is your point. Give it up for Oscar. Sasa tuko na thao. Your question is, which African country has the shape of a horn? You want to consult? Consult faster. Which African country has the shape of a horn?
Somali.
Somali?
Yeah, Somali.
You're locking in?
Somali.
And Somalia is the correct answer. Give it up for Oscar. Tulisema haba na haba ujaza kibaba. Pole pole tu. I'm gonna ask you to do your second spin. Second spin ndio hiyo. If you're keeping scores, tayari tuko 2350 for team Elikam. If you're keeping scores. Now, tao imeenda, I can breathe out. I can literally feel tension seated here. Tao ndio hiyo 1500 2000 points. And that's 250 points for Oscar. Now for 250 points, your question is, which county is known as the home of champions? Which county is known as the home of champions? Ask a friend, yes, join him. Which county is known as the home of champions? Just go back to your stand. I want you to be confident with your answer. Is known as the home of champions. Uasin Gishu. And Uasin Gishu is incorrect. The answer is Elgeyo Marakwet. And of course, that brings us to the end of this segment, making Team Jeshama the winners of Bongo Quiz. John Yamani, Jessica umeshtuka. Kuja kwa mbele. Unajua inamaanisha nini? Jessica. This means give it up for Team Jeshama. Inamaanisha biashara inaanza. My God is big. Your dream is finally coming true. So ladies and gentlemen, all that is remaining ni sisi kufuatana na Jacinta mpaka wapi? Roysambu. Mpaka Roysambu tufungue biashara. Biashara tunayo hatuna? Tunayo. Biashara tunayo hatuna? That's star 524 hash today. If you believe you're the smartest and you deserve a spot on the Bongo Quiz show, play now. You can test the skills by playing Bongo Quiz, Bongo Express, or Bible Study. There's a million questions from different categories to be answered. Dial star 524 hash and test your skills. Looking good. Wow. Sasa. So this is you. Huko ndo unakaa? Ndio nakaa. Kumbe si mbali. Tayari unajua order of the day. You know why I'm here. I know. Tulisema leo lazima tushughulikie mambo ya biashara. Previously ulikuwa unaifanyia wapi? Online. Online. So pages ziko tayari. Kila kitu iko sawa. Ni stock tu ndo hatuna. Uko tayari kutoka ama bado kuna? Ndio tayari tu. You're ready? Yeah. You look ready. Yeah, I'm ready. Tunamazana na school bags. Vikomba bado ni nini ingine tunashukuru? Na beli ya kids 0 to 12. What's that? Okay, nguo za watoto. Oh, kids clothes. Mzigo ishafika kwa nyumba finally. I don't know. Tunashukuru tu Mungu. Tuanze unboxing. Ladies and gentlemen, mzigo ndio hii. Nimefurahi sana na nashukuru Bongo Quiz kwa mahali wamenitoa. Kuanzia leo nimekuwa mwanabiashara hodari. Kuanzia leo naona maisha yangu yatabadilika sababu sitasumbuka kulipa school fees, the bills na mambo mengi sana. Hii kazi itanibadilishia. Jacinta alikuja na msichana wake Charlene and they conquered. Sisi kama Bongo Quiz tuli make sure kuwa leo we've made Jacinta's dream come true, and that happens only on Bongo Quiz. Make sure that you join us next week, same place, same time for yet another exciting show.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne ya tarehe 12 mwezi Mei, tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina, tuingie Mkuruini, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mwega, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho, file KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y.
Another episode of Heart and Soul. It's a show where we dive into love, life, and laughter. And today, kama kawaida, we have an amazing couple here on set with us. And before we dive into their love story, make sure you follow us on our social media platforms, KBC Channel 1 and also Palevo Heart and Soul. If you want us to share your story, kindly feel free to reach us out. It's your host, Rachel Gitao, aka Pika Narage. Aha! Tumerudi tena. We have told you we have an amazing couple on set. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you the guys. Karibuni hapa KBC.
Thank you.
You've been here before?
Not yet.
Not yet.
This is the first time.
Oh, it's the first time. But
Yeah.
you've been on TV before?
Yeah, we've been on TV before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Karibuni sana.
Asante.
And we are so happy to have you here. Yeah, so we just want to hear your love story. We want to dive into it. But before we do that, you can introduce yourself.
My name is Irene Muigai. I'm born again. I'm a mother of 3, 2 girls and 1 boy. I am a psychologist by profession, a nutritionist by profession, and I'm very passionate about marriage. That's why I do marriage therapy by the grace of God. I'm also a businesswoman, and yeah, we are grateful that we are here.
Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Steve Muigai Kim. I'm known as Pastor Steve Muigai. Many call me as Rev Steve, and I'm married to Irene. Irene has been my wife now for the last 14, now heading to 15 years.
Oh, wow.
We've been together, and we thank God. And also celebrating over 20 years of friendship, because we met when we were in campus, and the love grew until now it is still growing, and we thank God.
Amazing.
Yes.
Now we dive into that love that grew. How did you two meet?
We met at campus when we were still students, and I tend to think we were pretty young because we were in our early 20s when I was in my second year and she was her first year. at Egerton University, Joro. We became friends. We served together in Christian Union. And by the grace of God, the love God planted in us, love for one another, and this one continued even years after we left. And back in the year 2011, we got married. Yes. Yes.
Now, how did your love story begin?
Let me hear her side of the story.
Okay.
I'll be glad also to listen to that side of the story.
Well, he says that he saw me swimming in campus the first time.
That's what he says.
Yeah, that's what he says. He spotted me, but there were courses we used to share together. And he also says that he could see me. You know, I'm tall. I'll definitely be noticed in a room. You know, tall, slender by that time. So we took some courses. Then after my first year, during my first year, I joined that Ebenezer group. So I was a dancer. Still I am.
You are?
Yes. So nilikuwa kwa dancing kwa hiyo Ebenezer group, naye alikuwa kwa acting. So by then I just saw a guy. You know, there's nothing that ever clicked, and then we became friends. Tulikuwa tunawaita dad. The chair of the group. Tulikuwa tunamuita dad. Secretary alikuwa anaitwa mom. So he happened to be the dad of the year that was ahead of us. So after they left office, we took in, I happened to be the mom.
And now him the dad.
Yes, the outgoing dad, the incoming mom. So it was a family kind of thing. And we grew to be very good friends, but hakuna any feelings. Like, it's not even crossing your mind, the love thing.
Yes.
I even knew the girlfriend then.
I had a girlfriend.
You had a girlfriend. And then you had a boyfriend.
No, I didn't have.
Lakini alikuwa anakatiwa, anakuja ananiambia.
Na anakuambia na uko na demu.
Niko na wangu.
Okay.
Ananiomba mawaidha.
Anamwambia huyo amenifanyia hivi, anataka hivi na hivi. I think I was very naive in campus. So it grew until when I was in that year. And he asked me to be the girlfriend. And so I was like, okay. Like it was a shocker. Sili ati mtu anajifanyanga. He was more so nikamwambia, let me give me time to pray. Then after 2 weeks, it flew. Yes.
Fasi. Ulikuwa na demu. Tulimwachia wapi?
Because we were just two genuine friends, I introduced her to the girlfriend. That this is my girlfriend. They could talk. But niliachwa. So vile niliachwa nikakaa hivyo sasa. But of course now our friendship continued. We continued as friends. And the point that I noted her, kurudi pale mwanzo, is that point where they were dancing, now in the Christian Union, in that team. And I still remember the song that she was dancing. Ile inaitangwa My Redeemer Lives. My Redeemer Lives. And I remember how they were doing it. Very nice. And I think that one ministered to me. Yeah,
another girl started ministering.
Imagine. And so our friendship continued until now, that time when she was in third year and fourth year. Now we became serious about our relationship. I asked her to be my girlfriend. Sasa hiyo nilikuwa nimeshaachwa kitambo. Na sasa nikapona. Unajua nilikuwa sasa hili. So, and we became good friends. The good thing is that our friendship continued even after all those challenges. And we could share so much, even about our background. Of course, we come from some different backgrounds, so we could share a lot. Yes.
Your first date. Tell us about your first date, Irene.
What?
Restaurant ya kampo.
Hata restaurant ingekuwa afadhali. We actually went to, ilikuwa inaitwa Botanical Garden. There's a place kulikuwa kunaitwa Botanical Garden in campus. So that's why this guy took me, imagine.
It's a very romantic place to take someone.
And this, alikuwa amebuy two snacks hivi. So So that's where he took me. So we went and sat at a tree. Kwa nyasi tu, na tu jeans twetu tu na tu sport shoes. And what I loved about him was the fear of God. Like, so date pia ilikuwa ya Christian boy. Analeta lines na the word.
Piga moja.
Na piga mstari. And the Lord said,
the Lord will bless us. We are going to intercede. You know, it was just amazing in our simple way. And that's where we started, in Botanical Garden. Tukakuwa sasa tumeconfirm, tukaombea our relationship. And then he had written a letter, sijui kama nakumbukaga, kwa full scarf, making a commitment. Ameomba huko katikati about purity, and it was so amazing. And so we prayed and all that, so that was my first date.
Which year was this, and for how long did you date?
This was in 2006. 2006. We dated up to 2011.
So we really took some time to hustle, trying to find the grounding.
6 years.
You did the wedding in 2011?
In 2011. In July, yeah.
Did you have a proposal, I mean? Alikuproposia?
Yes.
Take us through the proposal.
Another one. So, ilikuwa hii time ya kupeleka boys home and the friends to go and tell mom we have friends. So when we went, I happened to come from Mount Kenya. From our place, actually, you can walk to the mountain.
You can walk to Mount Kenya.
You can walk to Mount Kenya. Yes. So when we went home, we were welcomed, we ate, and then it was time to walk around and show them home. Waende wakaview Mount Kenya. So tumetembea tu kwa barabara, kwa manyasi, tena huyu jamaa anapenda manyasi. Kwa barabara tu kwa manyasi. Tumekaa tu, so we are like, ati tuna view Mount Kenya, and then one of our friends is taking a photo. So I didn't realize walikuwa wamepanga. So si wote tumeface Mount Kenya, and then ninasikia watu wote wamedisappear, and then I'm left alone. And then the guy was on his knees. He had really practiced.
And that was 2011.
Yes.
And he proposed.
Yeah.
How was that day for you?
Very awesome. I felt so good. I had always looked forward to that. Now making that commitment and seriously telling her, I really truly want you to become my wife.
And now that mlikuwa home kwao, when you were doing the proposal, did mom get to know at home now? Did you tell anyone?
We had also invited her friends and also my boys to go. So only that team got to know what really happened when we went out. Yeah.
And of course, after proposal, kuna kuwaga na that process of ratio.
Yeah.
When did it happen?
Now for us,
actually the proposal was when the process has started. Because na tulishaenda home.
Introduction.
Yeah, tumeambia mom kuna huyu na huyu hivi. Then we see we had already started the process juu sasa ni the second time sasa tunapeleka our friend.
Ni ile inaitangwa
Idege.
You know the time of
Isi introduction.
This was the introduction, but now after that, the other kupeleka wazazi, those ones followed later. But of course, during our time, we had our own unique challenge because I was working away. By then I was working at Kisumu, and she was here in Nairobi, and we are going all the way to Nyeri. And even this planning for our wedding, because we did a wedding, all this planning were happening. Like I could come and then travel back to Kisumu. By then I was working in the banking sector, so I could travel overnight, come, we do some committee meeting, trying to look for some people to help us and fundraise. For those months, it was a bit hectic for us.
So I think at this point you're planning your wedding, right?
Yes.
And he's traveling. Did you at some point feel like he's letting you do things all by yourself?
It wasn't really about that because I understood why he was doing that. Yes.
Maybe you can just give us a glimpse of your ratio. Was it what you really wanted, expected?
Well, I can say yes and no. I had a unique challenge. By that time, my parents were separated. And there was a lot of drama around it. And you know the way our tradition, the Kikuyus, like if your mom had not rashiated the dowry, the daughter you're supposed to take it to the shosho's place, and a lot of traditions happening, and there were a lot of conflicts. So even when you asked me whether I told mom about the proposal, for me it was like I'm just crossing my fingers for this day to run. Like kusikue na drama, wakuja wakule waende. Yeah, because I remember actually on the very day
of the relationship.
No, the introduction, when now he's bringing the boys and our friends to know home, I had really to beg with mom to come back home because she had already left and she's staying at Shosho's place.
Okay.
So like mom just came in that day, like the previous night, to just appear and cover up. So you can imagine what was going through my mind.
Yeah.
So for me it was like a roller coaster. I was just praying for every event to just pass, and I thank God for that and wait for the other one. So I can say it was good. I didn't really have a lot of expectations. For me, anime, it followed. Ikiendanga tu like Mungu afikishe tu hapo nione imefika.
And now if I may ask, and now how was it now? Because now you say mom and dad, they had separated. Like, did they ever have to meet face to face? Like, just create a picture for that.
Let me help try to explain.
Yes.
Okay, one, as I said, we come from totally different backgrounds. In their case, it is polygamous. Mine is, I've known dad and mom, a Christian, wonderful Christian family. And so that one is already a big difference.
Yes.
And then we go to I come from a place where dad is the one actually in the church, helping us, leading us to go to church. Every time we get to go home, even today, even as adults today, he's there reading for us the word of God. When you go to the other side, it was different, where the dad could fight, could chase our mom away, such. So I'm coming in at a time when they actually, dad and mom wamekosana and they are not there. Although haku ananiambia zote kabisa. So I go to search, but I tend to think later on we came to realize, maybe because of old age, because our dad was also old, we came to realize probably he was also not mentally very stable. Because surprisingly, he never attended our wedding.
You are coming to that. He never showed up for your
never showed up for our wedding. Yeah. So
yes, like
the dream that a girl has,
yeah,
that is going to walk me down the aisle.
Yeah.
You didn't have that.
Yeah, we didn't have that. Yeah. And the last weekend we had visited home. You buy the shoes, you buy the pair of shoes, kofia, kamkwajo, and everything. And so, yeah, I had bought him everything.
And he promised.
He promised to be
when I
there.
was being done the bridal thing, I could call and then umefika wapi? The girl thing. Our relationship has never been good. I thought for once I'll conclude my girlhood at least with this one. Never showed that.
Guys, we'll be right back after this break.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now.
This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace, and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you are watching Heart and Soul. We're here with them guys. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, guys? I am so angry on behalf of Irene because the dad did not attend their wedding. What? Dad had already confirmed that he's coming for the wedding.
Yes.
The day before?
A weekend before.
A weekend before.
Yes, yes.
Had you talked through the week?
Oh, yeah.
And?
Not even through the week,
yes.
The very day.
The wedding day?
Yes, the 16th of July 2011.
Nakasema, I am coming,
in
my
the morning,
daughter.
I'm on the way. So I'm waiting.
Yeah.
And the bridal thing is being done. And time is running.
Yes.
I can see mom is around, everybody else, but dad is not yet. So nauliza mom, kwani dad ako wapi? And then he's saying, walikuwa wanatumia gari fulani na auntie mwingine, now the sister, ni kama wamepotea. Because nilikuwa natolewa kwa my aunt, one of my dad's sister, hapa Nairobi. So I waited, but it never came. So the drama is unfolding, but it's not hitting me because it can't be.
Yes.
It can't be.
It can't be that he's not coming.
It can't be. And we've talked on phone. And I remember wakati tulifika Roy bypass, I called him again. Na akaniambia tuko kwa njia. Yes. So we went up to where we were doing our wedding at Curry Ground. Iko hapo Thika. And we are waiting. So the music starts. Everything is set. And then the music starts for the bridal. And I'm like, Mom, dad ako wapi? Kwani hawajafika?
Dad bado yuko.
And I remember telling my mom, wacha tugoje, song play, wafike. Because my mom is now managing me. And she's telling me, he's almost. So I'm like, see, then we just play the song. We can repeat it. Like, I will not take a step.
Aku yamefika. You wanted to honor your dad.
I wanted to honor him.
Yeah.
We had never had a good relationship like a father and a daughter. So many things had happened in my life. But this time I was like, I just want to give him this chance. I have forgiven him. I just want to mend our relationship. I want to build a goodbye, which is well and peaceful. But wapi? So the music starts. Nilikuwa naingia na wimbo ya Chibalonza, Ebeneza. Ime start like stanza moja lakini I'm not moving. So kuna commotion. Mom is telling me to the. I'm like,
siendi.
Wacha afike. Siendi. So do you know what happened eventually?
What happened?
My uncle had to be pulled. Okay, dad, because it's the brother now to my father. And he was unwell. I remember he was limping, he was unwell, but he had sacrificed to come for my wedding because he really loved me. Do you know, he came with the mkogoja kulim. He limped and took me to the aisle with my mom.
God bless him.
And when I'm walking, I'm like, I'm feeling like afadhali hata afike nikiwa katikati anifikishe pale mbele. It never happened.
Pasi, what happened in between that morning and dad not coming to the wedding?
Now sisi hatukujua because we even didn't talk about it that day. So later on ndio tulikuja kujua that he didn't come. He didn't even leave home. When others were saying they are coming, for him he said, I'm going for another meeting.
Ya kijiji.
Of course, I had to really encourage Irene because it was indeed very painful, and especially for her. So later on, ndio tulikuja kujua that dad was becoming sick, dementia. So he said that morning, he said he is attending another important meeting, so he is not coming. So at how wengine, when they try to tell him, no, it is Irene's wedding day, he said no, I have another meeting. So later on, maybe after 1 or 2 years, ndio ikakuwa now serious that he became sick, dementia, and he forgot everything. To a point, we stayed for over 5 years. Now every time we could visit home, hakuwa anatujua. Yeah, so that is how I used to now to encourage her. Hata hiyo siku hakujua. It was not like very intentional, I want to imagine. Si ati aliamua tu I will not attend the wedding, he was getting sick. Because later on, he had some mental issue, but people didn't know. You know, dementia is not a well-known disease. So that is basically what happened.
Yeah. So Irene, now you've walked down the aisle with your uncle.
Yes.
You're about to say these vows. What is going on in your mind?
At that time, I can't, you know, when you're so short, you're in a space where you don't define anything. Like you're just moving. Uko tu kwa utopia tu like you can't even, you don't know whether you're sad, whether you're mad, whether you're scared. I can't define my moment that time. I was literally flowing. But it hit me, Dad has not showed up. He fed me all along, and now this one again.
She has mentioned they didn't have a very good relationship. You know, the way you'd say a father and a daughter. You know, for whatever reason, you know, one, because of his values, he's not that present person that would come at mnapiga story as a father and daughter and all that.
So when I finished campus, I was trying now to make that relationship, because, you know, I grew like a bitter person. By the time I'm meeting Steve, I'm now outpouring my bitterness because I have found someone who loves me, someone who can give me an ear, which I didn't have. So he started now telling me the importance of forgiveness, and the bitterness is eating me up because I could have ulcers, sometimes just low moments in campus and all that. So I was really hiding in Christian Union, you know, like preoccupying myself with Christian things so that I don't really think about home. So when I finished campus, I would try my best and buy him something. Like I would give him a shirt, and he never wore any of them. Yes, he would. I think there was some spiritual aspect also when I look at it. Kando na kuwa na dementia, before even he was sick, you know, when he's healthy and all that, there was something amiss.
Such characters.
Yeah, they are there. So nigempelekea anasema kola ni kubwa, sijui imefanya nini, iyo anapeana. So the next time I try now to get another one, he says sijui aga imemfinya, he will not put it on. So when I did that time and he dismissed, I remember I went to my grandma, my maternal grandma, sasa mama ya mom. And I asked her for advice because I was really trying to mend my relationship with Dad. I was not understanding why he's putting me off. You know, it's very confusing to a child. When you have these parents who separate the children, kuna favorite, kuna nye si favorite, it's very dangerous. So I always felt like I need to do something to please him. I need to buy my ticket to love for him to love
hard,
me. Very hard
to be a daughter.
Yes, I really worked hard, my dear. Like I really worked hard, and working hard in school, performance, like not for me, for him, and it's a very draining lifestyle. So Shosho told me, now what you do, you just give him money. My standard was, if I give him money, he'll go and drink. When he go and drink, he'll come and rough mom up. So I'm like, if I give him money, it's like I'm buying mom trouble. You see the confusion I had? So I'm trying to like give a gift, but sasa ilifika kaniambia just give him money. So when I would come, I give him like 1,000, immediately ataenda tu kukunywa. I didn't feel like I'm worth it because I've been told that all my life until I believed. I didn't have any expectations. There's a proposal, fine, ikuje. Kama hakuna ring sawa. Like, yeah, it was such a lie for me.
And did we have fun in that wedding, Pasi?
Oh, we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun.
We did it.
You know, there is also the issue of our temperament. I'm a fun person. We really danced. My temperament ni ile ya it borders between sanguine and choleric. It's there in between, and we had made a lot of nice arrangements. We had invited even some team dancers to come and, you know, to come and perform in our wedding. And it was a garden wedding. It was a beautiful one. After that, we went for our honeymoon. I had made a special, it was a secret. So somehow, it was easy to forget some of those things that really happened. And so, yeah, we had a lot of fun. And throughout we entered into our marriage and we started the journey.
Yes.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful journey.
The previous couple that we had in the show, they were talking about separation and how the parents' separation affected their marriage the first few months. Is it the same case to you? Which are those trials and challenges that you faced through that period? Yeah.
Let Irene explain.
Irene explain. Tupatie.
Hey, it is not easy. Until you get into your own marriage and start doing yours, you realize how where you're coming from comes in with you unconsciously. So for me, I think I was on guard because it was very hard for me to despite the fact that you were born again and I knew that he loved me, somehow in my subconscious I was on guard. So every conflict for me was interpreted, time has come
for me to go.
Time has come for me to leave because he's now repeating my dad's pattern. Yes.
Yeah.
And one day it was so bad that I literally packed to get off.
This was after how long in the marriage?
No, during our first year.
Actually, it was months because I was expecting. Yes.
You see, your background, if you're not careful, it is important to understand where you are coming from. And you are coming into a totally new setup so that you don't bring your baggage into this new marriage. And so for her, she knew when there is a difference, it is time for
the woman should pack.
The woman should pack and go because she had seen the mom leave. For her, she thought men are hostile and they can be physical and all that. For me, I've never seen my dad beat my mom. I've never seen my dad separate with mom. I've never even seen them quarrel. Can you imagine? All these years, I've never seen them quarrel. That one does not mean that they don't quarrel. Yeah, they hukosana, but we have never seen it. For them, they had witnessed mom, you know that violence at home, and so she came with that mindset. And so kikosana tu kidogo, nani ameweka hii hapa nini nini.
And I get self-defense immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
I was on guard. Because I know I can't trust him. He's not to be trusted.
Yeah, because
he's about to throw me out.
He's a man, just like your dad.
Yes.
And he can throw you out.
Yes. Because and I happen to be the firstborn. My brother's after me. So I had not seen a model like ati bradangu ameweka wife ama nini. So the first man I'm encountering, this is who he is. So wale wengine wote wako hivi.
For how long did the challenges go?
It is a process. You know, marriage, you keep learning every day. And you never reach a point. Right now we are headed to our 15th year in marriage, but we'll never say that you have learned your person to the full. So every day you keep learning, and it is a process. And so I would say that it took some time, at least, to bring that transformation of mind. No, ile inabiagwa in the Bible, the renewal of mind. The renewal, the transformation that comes through the renewal of mind. That we can quarrel and still remain friends. So it took some time, maybe in our first, second, and third year, thereabout. But it was not like in those extremes, because that is not who I am. So in a muhit, you mean we are not fighting? You mean we are not? You mean we are just okay?
Yeah. Now, when you got in marriage, were you aware and were you careful on how you're going to handle her? Ama ulikuja kujulia ndani that she must be carrying what has been happening in her life.
You see, our dating was quite long, and so we could share a lot. So I knew what was happening, like in the places where they are coming from, and I could try to interpret by the help of God, because it was not actually even through premarital counseling or all that. I would say it is God Himself teaching me how to handle her and how to understand her. When I see her react in a particular way, I'm able to tell this could be the problem, not this one. Because there is a time actually we differed. Ile mbaya ile ya kuachana just because of a key holder. Was it a key holder? And she was packing her things and to go and to leave. And I'm wondering, yani key holder inafanya tunakosana mpaka now you are packing your things to go. And na mimi at that point I would say that being our first year in marriage, sikuwa nimemuelewa kabisa. So ni zile akisema nataka kwenda na mimi, hata mimi namwambia hata siende. So naona kumbe you guy, you mean you are serious, you have packed your things, you are going. So namurudisha. I remember that day nikimwambia arudi, and by then she was heavily pregnant with our son, our firstborn. So later on ndio nikakuja kuona, and by we also became very intentional about learning, about gaining some wisdom and knowledge on matters to do with marriage. And that is where we discovered that even your background can really affect your current marriage.
Now that you're a counselor, right? We have people who are going through the same exact thing that you went through. The parents have been separated. It's chaos. Complete chaos. I want you to talk to that girl, that boy, that woman, that man who is in the same situation in ulikuwa.
When mom and dad are fighting, they were adults. Mom had a chance to go back to their home. Dad had a chance to move on with his life. But as the children, we carried their wounds. And those wounds can really be carried for such a long time. The wounds are really deep, and this is what we call the childhood traumas. When you go your way and the other person goes their way, and the two had brought someone in this world, what is the fate of that child? These are the children who grow up and they have a lot of bitterness. They carry a lot of bitterness in their life, and you can never progress in bitterness because if no one walks them through the process of forgiveness first, self-acceptance that they were not the problem, because most kids, they take the blame and the shame. They try to think they are the problem. You see, I was buying my love to dad. I was trying to beg him to love me because I could not understand. Kube, they are having conflicts and they are quarreling with mom. So I want just to plead with the parents. Let's be very considerate. Let's really think about the children. And sometimes your life could be at stake. I can't tell you to stick there, but it needs to be a very well thought process on how these kids will have someone to walk with them, explain to them what is happening, someone just to help them walk the journey, because the burden is too much for a child to process. And so when they don't process the pain, it becomes a wound. It becomes a wound when they grow up. And these are now the wounds you see when someone gets into their marriage. They want to now unravel the wounds and bleed on that the spouse. They bleed on the spouse. Some even encourage to bleed even on their parents, on their children, sorry. So it's a very critical thing. The society needs to really be called out. If you're separating, if you have to go through divorce because situations are different, let's get a well-thought process. Let's have people talk to the kids and walk with them through the journey to process and unravel what is happening so that we don't have wounded people will in turn wound others in their marriages, and the cycle continues. Yeah.
And were you finally able to break the pattern?
Yes. I have stood with confidence and by prayer and God's grace to tell God that this ends with me. And so I'm very intentional as a mom to help my kids process things. It may not be because we are quarreling with the dad and there's a conflict or something big, but even the small things that affects them, I help them to process because I don't want it to be carried along. Because when the kids shelve and you're not there to listen and help your kids process what they are going through, like for example, when they are teenagers, a lot of challenges. When you leave them, you don't know whether they were bullied, whether they were body shamed, and you're not giving them space for expression. They will hide it, they will cover it up. And then when it's bottled up, kuna mahali italipuka. In their marriages, in their relationships, ndio unaona hata watoto campus wanauana. Because a relationship have gone sour. They don't have the emotional resilience to stand it and to know, it's well, I don't have to continue with this relationship. I can heal, I can process this and move on. They don't have the capacity to process. So I am determined to bring it to an end. And I know that the Lord will help me.
Wow, that's quite deep. That's deep. Well, you're only deep by the way. It's deeper than I thought. From the depth. Now, I want us now to share good memories. The memories that you two have shared together now since you got married.
We have done many things together. Over 10 years ago, we left employment. Now we run our own things. We run our businesses together. Majorly, one of them is in real estate. We run this business together. We run our finances together. We by the grace of God, I would say, our children, to the best of our knowledge, they are happy that they have their dad and mom walking the journey together. And so I would say that God has been very faithful. He has helped us, even helping us to raise these 3 children by the grace of God. The other thing is that we also minister together at church. I'm a pastor at Living Waters Chapel, Kayole. And by the grace of God, we serve together. And so, sasa huyu ni pastor's wife, kuna pastor hapa, and serving the community and just telling them about the love of God. It is a wonderful thing.
I read some of the memories that you guys have created together.
Yes. The best memory that I will carry forever is that God has given us a chance to bring 3 kids into this world. It's so amazing to just look at them and like, wow. It's through us, by the grace of God, that we have beings who can associate with us. They look up to us to model life, what it means, and to input godly character in them. We've touched many lives. We have been best couples for several people, around 7 couples. We've worked with very many hundreds of people, couples who are going through challenges, not because ours is perfect, but graced by God, we've helped them go through conflicts, walk with them through the journey. And we are also very passionate with the young people, like the teenagers. So I think those are memories we've created together. And above all, it's serving God together.
And so we tell people, go through those conflicts with a lot of grace. Be gracious to one another. Don't throw words that are going to hurt one another. Those are some of the lessons that God has taught us along the way.
And of course, there's some memories that you're forgetting. And I have them here. I have these memories with you.
Yes.
You have written a few books here.
Yes.
Thriving in your youth. We have money sense. Let me
tell people about this one. This is Thriving in Your Youth, and we believe even this is basically for the young people from teenage upward, and we tell people God is able to bless you even as a young person. So this book really helps the young people to live their purpose, identifying their purpose in life, their vision, packaging and getting even to know their identity identity as young people. Very wonderful book called Thriving in Your Youth.
In Your Youth.
Yes.
And we have Raising a Godly Generation.
Yes. This is about parenting. I call it parenting 411, parenting information.
Yes.
So about raising a godly generation, and it's about being intentional to instill godly values to your children. Like, this is not a responsibility to be delegated to Sunday school teachers or to school teachers, but you as a parent, it is your responsibility, your primary responsibility about instilling godly values in your children. Yes.
We have Marriage Bliss.
Marriage Bliss. This is our ministry with my wife here, Irene. This is about basically talking to couples on how to enjoy their marriage and to find joy, to rise about conflict, to resolve conflict, on how to deal with finances together. Yeah, a very wonderful book for couples.
Money sense. We want to know to make money.
Mambo ya pesa na tupate sense za pesa. Getting to understand on how we can grow and thrive even in our finances. And we share a lot of personal experiences, and God has helped us. And so there are those things that nuggets and wonderful lessons that we have shared on matters to do with investment, on matters to do with creating multiple sources of income, on matters to do with financial planning, budgeting, and all that. And also even to look at finances from godly value, godly lenses, because there is a very thin between desire to look for money and also love for money. Because love for money, it brings along evil things. And so when you look at finances from godly lenses, you will even get to enjoy. So a very wonderful book. Yes.
Amazing. Now, maybe a question. Have you shared your story in length somewhere? Because it's a story I personally want to listen to again.
We are in our social media handles. She's Irene Steve, and I'm Steve Muigai Kim. The way after my books are written, Steve Muigai Kim. So in our social handles, we share a lot. People have been inspired. People call to us. People come to visit our office for help. Yeah.
Amazing. Here at this show, we usually have something that we call games of love. And I want to go into it. Who is more romantic without being reminded? Oh, huyu nilimuona kitambo sana. Kama 2011 ana propose. Huyu. Who spends more money and calls it investment? Him. You agree?
I'm an investor.
Who takes longer to reply to texts? Who is always late but says I'm almost there?
Beauty as charged.
Who apologizes first after a fight? Oh. Lest you forget, it's me. Who checks the other's phone just to confirm? Hey, Irene. So he's more likely to start an argument.
I think.
Who wins most arguments? The troublemaker.
You start and you have to win.
So who is more dramatic when they're sick? It's a big baby.
My friend. You just have to call the whole community.
But you know why? It's because, but I don't have to explain.
Why are you explaining?
We were not explaining our answers.
Who is more likely to forget important dates? Our peacemaker.
Double booking.
Who is more stubborn?
I know how. Stubborn gani? You'd have explained stubborn in
You see, we are not explaining. You see, yeah, already she is becoming stubborn.
Who is more likely to ghost their friends?
Really?
So, who is more likely to overshare with friends?
I think
that's gotta be you. Who is the stricter parent? na watandika vibaya sana.
Nyumba ipangwe. You must return things where they are supposed to be.
Who is more patient with his children? Oh, okay. And to the final one, if your love story was a movie, I want you to name it.
I'll call it To the Moon and Back.
I think I would call it Resilience.
Kuzinyewe nyinyi.
Anasema moon. Naona Resilience.
Yani na umelamba glucose ukiendanga mbele. Yes, thank you so much for guys for sharing your story. It's really a beautiful story. I'm so sure these people are going to follow you on your social media platforms. Guys, there's a lot of knowledge in these books. Yes. You have them. Tunazipata wapi?
Maybe they can order through our social media handle or our number if it's okay to give, or through Nuria Bookstore. They can order online in town.
Thank you so much, our viewers, for your love and for your support. Most of you have actually been asking us, ziko wapi episodes that's Heart and Soul on YouTube? Guys, we've been having a challenge with our YouTube channel, but we are coming back. We are starting to upload them very, very soon for you. So keep it there. Keep it there. Zinakam. We have a soul letter. Chatuisome. Someone wrote a letter to their loved one. Huyu ni David Mwangi Kibe. My dear Sharon Njeri Kibe, I knew you were special the day you laughed at my dry jokes, like they were actually funny. Hapo nilijua nimeomoka. Life with you has been a mix of hustle, pressure, and those random moments where we just sit and laugh at nothing. And somehow, that's everything. You stood by me when things are tight, when stress overwhelms me, and you have never given up. You challenge me, you calm me, and you remind me why I keep pushing. If life started again, I could have chosen you. Yes. So, forever yours, David Mwangi Kibe. If you want us to read your soul letter, make sure you share it with you, just like David Mwangi has done it. So, mnatumalizia na wimbo moja msafi sana. Umefikiria wimbo?
Wimbo.
Wimbo.
You're supposed to sing?
Yeah. Niliwauliza mkafikiria ni jokes. Mimi wana joke by the way.
Oh, awesome. That is awesome. I would, yeah.
It's awesome, right?
It's awesome. It's
let's
awesome.
do this, Pasi.
Yeah,
let's do this.
Yeah, let me worship.
Yes, worship.
Nashangazwa na rehema zako, Yesu we, asante kwa rehema. Nashangazwa na rehema zako, Yesu we, asante kwa rehema. Lord, I'm amazed by how you show me mercy. Chineke mo, thank you for your mercy. Lord, I'm amazed by how you shown us mercy. Chineke mo, thank you for your mercy.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne ya tarehe 12 mwezi Mei tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina, tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y.
Good evening. This is Sunday Express. Being the 10th of May 2026, we join the world in celebrating motherhood. The conversations tonight on our Candid Conversation are going to be speaking on matters of fertility, stigma, infertility, adoption to IVF, including abortion debates and delayed motherhood. Also, women are now choosing to live child-free lives. So these conversations are going to be forming part of Sunday Express tonight as we celebrate motherhood. But before we discuss that on a night that Kenya is preparing to host the Africa Forward Summit, here are the highlights.
It's all systems go for the Africa France Summit. Nairobi turns into a beehive of activity as it plays host to the high-level Africa Forward Summit beginning tomorrow. In the pursuit of the Mandera Matatu attackers, security agencies say they have obtained crucial leads. Happy Mother's Day! Kenya joins the rest of the world in celebrating mothers.
Good evening once again, and happy Mother's Day to the mothers out there across the world and across the region. Remember, mothers are not only those who gave birth to you, but those who stood in the gap, you know, of your mom. I'm Regina Manyara. My colleague on sign language is none other than Byron Abuli. Now we start off on matters bilateral ties between Kenya and France, where they have signed 11 agreements aimed at deepening bilateral and trade ties between the two nations. As part of agreements,
This includes the modernization of the Nairobi commuter railway system worth 12 billion shillings and a 9 billion shillings construction and management of a new terminal at the port of Mombasa. Here's Brian Kimani with the details.
The French President Emmanuel Macron jetted into the country for the second time today, 7 years after he made his maiden African trip. The French president is in the country to attend the France-Africa Summit, which is seen as an attempt to reset French ties with Africa after suffering major political, economic and social setbacks in its traditional domain of West Africa.
It's hard to say that Western Africa will not be present in this room. You have 3 countries, and I do regret that, which decided, because of the coup and the behaviors of the military people in charge, to put them aside from the rest of the club, by the way, aside of ECOWAS as well and others. It doesn't mean that West Africa is not part of this meeting.
President William Ruto has said the meeting will help Africa and France chart a new path of collaboration and mutual respect.
The first summit signaling a shift to a broader, much more inclusive relationship with Africa, recalibrated with the understanding of respect for sovereignty, being a relationship that is mutually beneficial and a relationship that recognizes Africa's position and priorities.
President Ruto has said Kenya will use France to push the interests of Africa on the global space, especially on restructuring the global financial system, security cooperation, and green energy development. Already, Kenya and France have signed a security cooperation that seeks to secure Kenyan maritime domain and address terrorism. Part of the economic deal signed today between Kenya and France includes the modernization of the Nairobi commuter rail system from Central Station to suburbs like Ruiru, Syokimau and Riruta.
We have held extensive bilateral discussions aimed at deepening cooperation in trade and investment, particularly in manufacturing, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, digital innovation, and agro-industrial development.
Another agreement will see France invest 9 billion shillings in modernizing the port of Mombasa to improve efficiency and capacity. The 2-day France-Africa meeting will see heads of state from Africa, business leaders and investors meet in Nairobi in a bid to reset ties with Paris. And Regina, the France-Africa Summit is expected to culminate on Tuesday with the signing of the Nairobi Declaration, a document which is going to spell out how Africa and France will engage going forward. Regina.
Thank you very much, Brian Kimani, for that particular report. KBC Channel 1 is going to be the partner for this particular summit, and so we're going to be breaking down the policy and the deals that are going to be signed in this particular shift towards, focusing on Kenya and France relations, especially bordering on matters manufacturing, energy, as well as transport. We're going to be keeping tabs on that. Remember, Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to be bringing you live feed from the various locations in the country. Now on to matters security. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has acknowledged that insecurity linked to banditry remains a persistent challenge in several parts of the country, saying the government is intensifying long-term security and development interventions to address the problem. His remarks came as security agencies investigating Saturday's deadly ambush in Mandera County say they have obtained crucial leads as operations intensify in pursuit of the attackers who killed 6 people and injured several others.
Security operations have intensified in Omar Jilo and surrounding areas of Mandera County following Saturday's ambush that left 6 people dead and several others injured.
Tumeanzisha uchunguzi na unaendelea na tayari tumepata fununu kuhusiana na hayo mashambulizi, na hivi karibuni hao ambao wamefanya kitendo hiki cha uhaini wataweza kupatikana na kushtakiwa kufuatana na sheria.
The victims were traveling towards Arabia town when armed attackers opened fire on their vehicle in what is suspected to have been a planned ambush along the route.
Sisi kama serikali ya Mandera, Gavana Mohamed Adan Khalif, pia mimi
kama deputy governor, inshallah tumesimama na nyinyi bega kwa bega. Tutahakikisha kwamba wale wameletwa hapa watapata huduma muhimu sana ya hospitali.
Meanwhile, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says insecurity linked to banditry remains a challenge in several regions, driven by illegal firearms, porous borders, and long-standing development gaps in affected areas.
Bunduki yenye ziko katika dunia hiyo ni 3,000 na hizo bunduki zote inatokana na kuwa na porous borders, kuwa na majirani kama Somalia, kuwa huko Ethiopia, sehemu ambayo hawana serikali ambayo inachunga mambo ya bunduki, mambo ya South Sudan na sehemu zingine za Uganda huko.
Murkomen says additional security measures are being rolled out, including improved deployment of officers and coordination with the local communities to strengthen surveillance in high-risk areas.
Tumepanga kuhakikisha kwamba tunaweka more NPR officers. Wale wenye walikuwa pale ambao ni wakora tunawaondoa wao. Kuna NPR wengine pia walienda kushikana na wale wakora. Hawa ndio wanaambia kujeni saa ngapi, ng'ombe iko wapi, mwenye ng'ombe ako wapi, na hiyo. Na hawa, if we hear tumeshika hawa, tumewapeleka kotini, hakuna mtu msimtetee.
Leaders have meanwhile called for calm in Mandera, warning against retaliatory attacks as investigations continue.
Naomba wakaaji wa Mandera tusiwe na haraka ya kutaka kulipiza kisasi, tutulie na tuachie serikali iweze kuchukua hatua kwa wale ambao watapatikana wamehusika na kitendo hiki.
Security agencies say operations will remain ongoing until those behind the ambush are arrested and prosecuted. Ben Chumba, Sunday Express.
That's a developing piece, and we're going to keep track on that particular security bit. Now, to matters success, as you can see from this particular display here, we have awards that my colleagues have actually taken. And this is Kenya Broadcasting Corporation's news anchor, Marie Yambo, senior radio editor, Asha Hamisi, radio programs manager, Mary Daraja, alongside Mwato FM presenter, Virginia Mwakali, were among women feted during the 6th edition of the Impactful Women in Leadership Gala and Summit in Nairobi. The quartet was recognized among the 100 most impactful women in Kenya for their courage, vision, and commitment in using their voices to spearhead positive change in society. The summit held in Nairobi aimed at celebrating women making an impact in different sectors and recognizing their contribution towards transforming communities.
The 6th edition of the Impactful Women in Leadership Gala and Summit in Nairobi brought together women in various cadres of leadership in a special celebration and recognition of their unwavering commitment and efforts to positively impact the society. Through the Independent Kenya Women Awards, the summit at the same time sought to amplify the voice of women in the society and in a special way inspire generations to take up leadership and transformational roles.
It's a platform where we get to give young girls and women to voice various social challenges that we face in our community, mostly in gender-based violence, talking about the good governance, talking about the role of women in leadership.
From KBC.
Among those who made to the list of 100 most impactful women in Kenya include KBC Channel 1 TV news anchor Marie Yambo and KBC Radio senior editor Asha Hamisi, whose voices on air continue to champion conversations around social change and empowerment.
For me, where I am right now with the experience that I have, it's about being an inspiration to the upcoming journalists, to tell them, like, if you focus, if you put your heart into what you're doing, you will actually reach somewhere.
This is a recognition not just for me, but also for the national broadcaster, which I'm a very proud staff member, and also to my colleagues and my seniors.
The corporation's radio programs manager, Mary Daraja, also scooped the Excellence in Media Leadership, Ethical Journalism and Gender Advocacy Award, while Matu FM presenter Virginia Mwakali won the Political Analysis and Media Excellence Award. For the winners, this was not just a recognition, but a celebration of a journey marked by struggle, endurance, and resilience in the media industry.
I'm also grateful for this opportunity because it shows we are not just talking to ourselves when we are in the studio, but we are creating big impacts out there.
Whatever place that a woman wants to venture into, you have people who have already ventured there, so just need to look out for them, and they should be able to actually just hold your hand, mentor you or something of that sort.
The participants also took the opportunity to call for concerted efforts in ensuring the voices of women in the country are heard and their space in the society is well protected.
My humble request to the President of the Republic of Kenya and the IEBC to kindly ensure that journalists are given some days to vote, or we get to vote to any polling station. That is my urge, yeah.
I want to dedicate this to the Migori residents, also the county CEO, who is the governor, Dr. Chilo Ayako, the first lady, who has been an inspiration to me, and my mother, and all the mothers in this nation. I want to wish you a happy Mother's Day, just to tell you that believe in yourself and let God do the rest.
John Kahiro for Sunday Express.
Well, in ladies, we can see the awards came here for display, so we really do acknowledge what you have done in your various capacities there, adding voices to sectors and most even topics that most people shy away from, but you have tackled it. Congratulations, ladies. Onwards, upwards, as we say, let's continue bagging them. And what a better night or a day when we are marking, or rather celebrating, motherhood there. Now we cross over to matters politics, where a section of Kenya Kwanza leaders say that the 2027 general election will not only be about President William Ruto's win, but the magnitude of the victory. Led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, the leaders are confident that UDA victory will break the endless cycle of presidential petitions after the polls. Here's Abdiaziz Hashim with the details.
Kenya Kwanza leaders led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi joined faithfuls at the Holy Mass at St. Peter's Cathedral in Kapsabet, Nandi County. It is here where the ruling party exuded confidence in clinching another term in 2027.
It is not about the victory. It is now going to be the size of the victory. That is what we should be working for. We want him to win so that there is no doubt.
Kuna watu wanatembea kwa sehemu zote wakihubiri ukabila na utengano. Ile kazi mlimpatia Mheshimiwa Rais inasaishwa kutumia ile report card ataleta, itasaishwa kupitia marking scheme ile iliwekwa wakati ya campaign.
The leaders arguing that 2027 will not be about victory, but the size and the margin of President Ruto's win.
Msimamo ambao tumechukua ni kusema kwamba sio tu Mheshimiwa William Ruto ashinde tena, lakini sasa tunataka ashinde kwa kiwango ambacho yule mtu ambaye atathubutu kuenda kwa petition ataona aibu.
The question I want you to ask yourself is, what is it that the rest of the world sees in the leadership of William Ruto that you never get a chance to see here in Kenya? Because it is not that those people are idle.
Sisi na Wakenya wote, we are for a united Kenya.
This as the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has revealed that he has no intentions for vying for any seat come 2027.
Sasa mambo ya siasa, nimekuwa ordinary MP, nikakuwa assistant minister, nikakuwa minister, nikakuwa senator wenu, sasa niko speaker number 3 in Kenya. Kweli nitakuwa wazimu kiasi gani kurudi nyuma kubishana kwa mambo madogo madogo.
Meanwhile, the Linda Mwananchi faction led by Siaya Governor James Orengo has come to the defense of the Anglican Bishop Charles Oginjo of Kisumu County over his latest sentiments against the state.
And Bishop, continue telling truth to power. Those who speak the truth are often persecuted, but you have stood so steadfast.
Elsewhere, the united opposition leaders have called for thorough investigations into the murder of the slain parish minister, Julius Ngari Ndumia.
That there is a CCTV footage showing the people who killed Reverend Dumia. We want to call upon the police to allow the church to release the CCTV footage.
And this has never happened before in our country, that a spiritual leader is slaughtered inside the church.
The DCI has since confirmed that 2 suspects have been arrested so far in connection with the cleric's killing. Abdiaziz Hashim for Sunday Express.
Well, Sunday Express takes its fast breather, but when we come back, we're going to be tackling a conversation as we mark Mother's Day on fertility, stigma, adoption of IVF, abortion debates, and delayed motherhood, as well as so many other aspects when it comes to the changing shifts within motherhood. Do not go away. We'll be right back.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Jumanne ya tarehe 12 mwezi Mei, tutazuru eneo la Nyeri kuanzia Karatina. Tuingie Mkurueni, Othaya, Nyeri Town, Mweiga, Kiawara, Chaka na hatimaye tumalizie na Rumoro. Tarehe 30 Juni iko mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru.
Nairobi, your time is now. Masani ya kutoka vlog, na KBC meamua lazima uomoke. Tutakuwa tunakaa mtaa yako kukomosha very fast. Jibu maswali zangu 3 tuoneka kweli we ni true fan wa KBC Channel 1. Na ukizipata 25K ni yako. So make sure una watch KBC Channel 1. Alafu kinicheki kwa streets. Niulize kana kuomosha leo. Omoka na KBC Channel 1. Uanga bad.
Welcome back. You're watching Sunday Express. Now, Kenya joined the rest of the world in marking Mother's Day today. The day that honors unwavering love, strength and sacrifice of mothers and mother figures in their children's lives. Our reporter Teresa Mutai gives us a highlight of how the day was marked in different parts of the country, with mothers from different walks of life sharing heartfelt reflections on their own definition of motherhood, with a call for more support of mothers for the critical role they play in shaping society.
The usually quiet grounds of Kabarnet police station came alive with songs and dance and laying of lassos on the ground as hundreds of mothers gathered to celebrate the OCS Shamsa Abedi, a woman they say has changed their community. For years, many families, especially mothers in the town, struggled silently as alcohol and drugs consumed the lives of their families.
Tumekuja hapa kwa ajili ya kushukuru huyu mama, Madam OCS. Kwa ajili ametufanyia kazi mzuri sana.
Baada ya wamama wengi kuona manyumba sao manyumba mingi ama tuseme kila familia inalia sababu ya vitu zinafanyika kwa society zenye si mzuri, hasa zaidi kwa maneno ya miadharadi na maneno ya pombe.
A situation that prompted various protests in Kabarnet town, but all that is changing.
Wakati OCS alipofika Kabarnet, vijana wetu hawakuwa wakilala manyumba. Siku ya leo tukikaa hivi, 3/4 of vijana wetu wanalala nyumbani.
Hope emerged about a year ago after the deployment of OCS Shamza Abedi, who launched sustained operations targeting illicit brew dens, drug peddlers and criminal networks.
Na the kind of information tunashare, na shukuru kama polisi sisi tuna appreciate. Ndio maana tulikuwa sema issue ya community policing. Community policing, polisi peke yangu sitaweza.
Residents say her efforts have restored order in a previously troubled town. Back in Nairobi, a flower vendor, Grace Wanjiru, opened shop on this Mother's Day.
Kwanga nikiuza flowers hapa for a while. It's been 5 years and I like selling flowers because it spreads love. Yeah, unasikianga poa sana kuandikia mtu kadi wakipeleka za birthday and whatever. And for today, because I'm a mom, ningependa other moms kupata gifts. Yes, to feel wonderful.
Grace, who was, however, hoping to make a killing on the flower business this Mother's Day, says the business has been a bit low compared to last year, owing it to tough economic times.
Mother's Day lo imekuwa chini. We are still hoping, even though tuko bado, the day is still new, tunaomba other people will still come. Yes, imekuwa low. If we compare from last year, it was high, but we can see the economy kuna venye inflammation and everything.
Grace says motherhood can be challenging and there is need for support and understanding from society.
It's a job, especially mentally, so consider them. Always be asking their welfare and all those things.
Her sentiments were echoed by other mothers who celebrated the day at the Holy Family Basilica.
Bila mama hakuna familia. Mama ni nguzo ya familia.
To the society out here, it is good that we continue supporting our mothers so that they can be able to do their job easily.
As the world celebrates International Women's Day, women continue to be mentioned as the pillar of the society. Happy Mother's Day for Sunday Express. I am Teresa Mutai.
Happy Mother's Day to you, Tessa. I know you're just a new mom. You're still learning the ropes. Well, let's just say it doesn't get easy, but it gets familiar and it's all worthwhile. We've also said that you do not necessarily have to be the biological mother, but you can be the mother figure, or the person stepping in that particular gap. So tonight we're celebrating women and we are joined by a remarkable woman. That is none other than Lydia. I'll call her Lydia Ndiho.
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Happy
Mother's Day.
Thank you.
You have a remarkable tale to tell, and that's why we're here to have this conversation. And I know Mother's Day can be very emotional for many women. What does this day personally mean for you?
For me, it's achieving what I really wanted to do, which was become a mother. Even after all the struggles, after all the mishaps, after all the medical struggles, just to become a mother. I think for most of us, or as girls maybe, I can say, we all wanted to be mothers because we wanted to be our mothers because we would see them doing all these things. So just for me, being a mother today is a remarkable thing. And given the journey, I'm excited to be a mother.
So what did you do for the day? As we were working, that's obvious. So what did you do?
I took my mom out. So we went for Kikuyu love sessions.
Wow.
Mothers and melodies. And so we had a different experience today from the usual lunch and, So we went and listened to Esther Wahome and a few other artists, and it was really good.
All right. So I know you'll not ask me, but I received this note from my daughter.
Pretty.
Yes, all the green, the purple and everything. And I found it when I was coming to work to actually just anchor this bulletin. And I like that she says, I love you, my beautiful mom, and may God fulfill all your dreams. I'm like, oh, the notes are wonderful, right?
Yes,
it's a nice feeling. So happy Mother's Day to you once again.
Thank you.
Now Lydia, you have openly spoken about battling PCOS. How difficult a journey was that, emotionally and mentally. Maybe you can paint a picture for us. So as we discuss it, it's one of those things that we do not discuss about, but we're still living with it.
I think for me, one of the realities that you face when you have something like PCOS or you're going through IVF, IUI, all these other issues that you're going through, is when you get to church, like on Sunday, and it's Mother's Day, and everyone gets these very cute little gifts, and you don't get one.
I know.
Because your daughter is not there or your son is not there to give you the gift.
Yes.
So it becomes a very difficult day. And then there are people who make careless remarks. On that day, you'll hear someone say something very careless from the pulpit, and everything in you says, just go home. Just go home. Go home. Go home. Go home.
Moment. Breathe in, breathe out.
Breathe out and go. And so most of the time, you will not meet us going out for lunch.
Yeah.
You'll not meet us in these public places celebrating mothers, because for you, it's a wound. It's a wound that no one is seeing, but it's so deep. I mean, I've had remarks on Mother's Day where I have picked my handbag and gone home, and I'm
so
like...
So are you saying that, did you experience stigma? Is that what you're saying? From
Yes.
society, or even family, or even friends?
There's usually an exclusion because you don't have a child. Yeah. And no one seems to think... Today it was better. In fact, today I was like, hey, all of us have been given roses. Today there's no exclusion. But usually before... It has changed only, I think, in the last 2 years. Before that, mothers would be given... Like, you'd get little bookmarks from Sunday school. Your kids would bring you the bookmarks. Yeah. Or if it's main service, you'll see all the mothers are told to stand up and all the babies bring them flowers. Yeah. And then the pastor prays for them.
Yes.
You're not in that bracket. Okay. You are not there. So
that must have been tough.
It's tough.
All right. So you decided eventually to choose adoption?
Yes.
What actually really called it for you? You know, there's that... Eureka moment, I'm going to do this. What led you to that decision?
After the 4th failed treatment, well, at number 4, my body was like, we need a break. We need a break from all the hormones, because you inject yourself with hormones, you're injecting yourself with different, you're going through very, for lack of a better word, very uncomfortable procedures. So I was like, I need a break. So when I took the break, is when I started, interesting enough, just people started talking about adoption around me.
All right.
So that was like, what is this thing? I mean...
So you had never
considered it. I had said I'll stay without a child.
All right. So what changed your mind?
Literally just listening to someone talk about adoption near me. So I was like, okay, this makes sense. Let's find out. So I went to an adoption agency. I was given all these facts, all this paperwork. And I was like, there are this many children who need mothers, and I'm here just being, I was like, sign me up. I'm convinced.
You know, a majority of people, Lydia, might be hearing your story, but they do not really think that this actually happens within the country. You know, it's something of the books and films. Yes. So there are adoption agencies, certified adoption agencies in the country.
In Kenya, we have certified by government adoption agencies that are meant to help you adopt. You cannot go to a children's home and just pick a baby, because that child might not legally be free for adoption. Because in Kenya, by the time you're free for adoption, they have looked for all your relatives. They have found, I mean, the police and the children's department has looked for anyone who is related to you.
Yes.
Until they're like, okay, now we've even we've advertised it. I'm sure you've seen the adverts on newspaper.
Yes.
It's for that process to go on, so that we have done all we can to find a living relative for this child.
Yes.
So then we can have the children declared free for adoption.
All right.
So
I know this is a bit personal.
Yes.
So did you adopt a girl? Did you adopt a boy?
I adopted a girl.
So congratulations.
Yes.
You're a mother to a daughter.
Yes.
How did it feel when you first met your daughter for the first time?
Oh, I fell in love with her. I just fell in love with her. So she was playing like on a carpet and stuff. I just looked at her and I was like, that's my baby, like that's my baby. Yes, there's an adjustment process which you are taught, you know. For any new mother, you have an adjustment process. The sleepless nights are here, because I mean, please note, this child comes to you as a child. They're not coming to you as an adult.
An adult, yes.
Like for her, we got her at 6 months. So at 6 months, this child is yours. You're responsible for this human being.
And it's a super Eid.
Yes.
The world revolves around them. There's no change.
Yes, there's nothing that's going to change. So for me, that adjustment was good because then the feeling of motherhood comes. Because you're like...
So one cannot argue and say, you know, there are those who actually argue and say that a child that you have adopted is not really your own. What would you tell them today?
By law and by all other means, that is your child. Because once you adopt, you get a birth certificate with your name and your partner's name if you did spousal adoption. There's no difference between my daughter's birth certificate and the biological birth certificate. It's the same number.
The same. So it's your child.
It's your child.
We insist it's your child.
And you're even told by the adoption agency will insist, please note that this child has the same rights as any other child in your home. So which means even when it comes to inheritance, that child is yours. When it comes to care, that child is yours.
So they're equal.
There's
equal. No disparity.
Yeah.
So we are seeing as if there's some shift, you know, more Kenyan women are open to pursuing IVF and fertility treatment. Do you think the society is becoming more compassionate or more vocal?
More vocal, I think.
More vocal.
We're tired of being quiet about it. And we are realizing the more you speak about it, the more you get help. One of the biggest challenges when it comes to IVF and IUI is cost.
Is that factored under the universal health care?
It's only applicable to teachers. The last I checked, SHA
only teachers
covers teachers and teachers of a certain cadre. If I'm the ones who have an enhanced cover.
Yes,
they're the only ones who right now are allowed to have treatment.
Those kind of treatment.
So whether you're in the military, whether you're like me who just pays SHA, you don't have that privilege.
So the current policy health framework does not take up that particular.
No. So you'll now start saving because you will need, SHA cost 300,000 if you're doing IUI. If you're doing IVF, it can go all the way up to $1 million depending on what your complications are. That is money that you are just investing in the treatment. The probability of you getting pregnant is what, 33 to about 36%? Yeah. So the cost is really high. And so I think we have gotten to the place where if we do not become vocal about it, if we don't speak about it, one, we need government to start subsidizing our drugs. We need them to start paying for IVF for every woman who wants to do IVF or who medically needs IVF. Because, like, for example, if you don't have fallopian tubes, you don't have fallopian tubes.
There's nothing that can be done about it.
You need IVF.
All right.
Yeah.
So that is that in terms of finances and also the emotional, you know, it's quite intense, I can imagine. And you did it 4 times. So then there is also a new shift that we have seen, and it is way against the traditional or the contemporary. More women are choosing to have children later in life, either because of career, finance, or personal goals. In Kenya, can we say, are we ready for that conversation yet?
It's a conversation we have to have. Yes. Whether we're ready for it is
neither here nor there.
Neither here nor there, because the truth of the matter is our parents had most of their children between the age of 18 to 23, 24. Now, we're having women having babies at 40, 44. I've had one at 50 having a child.
Yeah.
So whether we like it or not, the shift is happening. And then there are also women who are choosing not to have children.
That is it. They don't want to have children.
That's there.
I think we've not come to terms with that fact that there's a woman out there who doesn't want to have a child.
Yes.
They're not unwell. They can take care of themselves. They just don't want to have children.
Yes.
It's really very hard to tackle. And this brings me to the next question. Have we, in your perspective as a mom, having gone through the process, yes, as a woman also, is motherhood, you know, not just in Kenya, but also in Africa, treated as a woman's priority identity? How do you feel?
Yes, it is. I think I call it subtle discrimination and stigma when you don't have a child. It's when everyone will ask you, so when's the baby coming?
Yes.
When's the baby coming?
When are you having a baby?
Think about it. You get married perhaps in January. You go for Easter in April and everyone is asking you, I mean, and they're not asking the guy. How many guys do you know are asked about babies?
rarely not the case.
Yeah.
They don't.
Your mother
It's actually a woman thing.
Yes.
Childhood is a woman thing.
Yes.
Getting pregnant is a woman thing, and it needs two people.
Yes.
All right.
Think of it this way. Let me put it this way. If you ask your mom to ask your brother about a child, your mom will look at you like you're going mad.
True.
Yet, most likely your brother is older than you and has no children.
Yes, but that will not that's not a conversation that will come up in any sitting whatsoever.
Yes.
All right. So now, from where we're also talking about debate around rights that continue to divide society. Issues of pro-life, pro-choice. We have seen that in the recent past. We've had demos, we've had litigation issues and such. From where you sit, I say you're a member of an adoption agency. Adoption, family, so to speak. What is your take?
Wow, okay, that's a hard one.
Yes,
that's a hard one, but I will say this. I think if you're pregnant and you want to keep the baby, keep the baby. If you can't keep the baby, there are options. Explore the options. Explore adoption. Because in Kenya, we have mother offers where I give birth, I have 6 weeks, whether I want to keep the baby or not. If I decide I don't want to keep the baby, I'll go to an adoption agency or the chief of my village and say, I don't want this baby. Or if I don't want my people to know I don't want this child, I'll travel. I can go to any children's department in this country and say, I don't want this child. And they will pick the child from me, and I will swear an affidavit, and get, the baby is gone from my life.
Okay.
So we have choices. For me, I'm very pro-life, but that's because my mother got me when she was 16. So I'm always like, gosh.
If she was pro-choice, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. We thank God for your mother. That's why you still need to continue having those outings with her.
Yeah.
But as you said, let's explore the options. So do you think from where you sit, has Kenya made, created enough spaces, to have honest conversations on reproductive health, fertility, pregnancy loss, and women's choices? Do you think as if we have created those space we can have these conversations without judging each other?
No, we haven't.
Yes.
And the reason being, a lot of the questions I get, like if I talk, I give a talk somewhere, are from women who have not even figured out how their cycle works. So even from basics of education, where we can do interventions that will save you from doing an IVF later in life, because at 16 you went for a checkup, you found out, oh, I have a growth here, it was removed, your uterus was sorted out. PCOS can be tested from when you are 16 years old. We are not testing because these girls are not coming to see a doctor.
They even are not aware that they need to.
They need
so the awareness, the information
There's no information. And then we don't want, truthfully, I think one of the fights that I think is ridiculous that is in the space right now, we don't want our girls to talk about it.
Yes, the sexual reproductive health conversation has always been taboo.
We have to talk about it because whether we like it or not, we have to save these girls. And we can't save them at 35 when we could have had an intervention at 16.
At an early age.
Because I have 1 or 2 girls who've come to me and they have fibroids and they're 16, 17. At 16, 17, it's a conversation that you can have and solve.
All right. So as we bring this to a close, I know we'd want to have this conversation more. I'd want to ask you one simple question. What would you tell a woman, tonight, who feels less of a woman because she cannot conceive? I think you'd want to speak directly to them. That is your camera directed to you.
Okay. So first, you're a woman just the way you are. There's no, how do I put it? You're complete, whether or not you're a mother, whether or not you have a child, you're complete as a woman. And 2, go get help. There's help for you. Reach out to anyone and get help. Don't sit there feeling depressed and sad, which we usually do, but get help. I believe we can.
So we're all complete.
Yeah, we are complete.
Whether or not we've given birth.
Yes.
Or not. Well, that has been our guest tonight as we celebrate motherhood. Remember, mother doesn't have to be a biological mom, but the one who stands in the gap. Our guest tonight has been none other than Lydia Ndiho, who is a wealth manager with 15 years of experience in banking and the real estate sector. She's a mother through adoption, and she is also a fertility warrior, having battled PCOS, you know, and she's adopted a girl who is now 9 years old. Passionate about adoption, and her take home is we need to explore the options there. Yeah. And let's not apply pressure to those who do not have children. Thank you very much. We have been speaking matters of Mother's Day, so if you've not had a moment to talk to your mom or the person who has filled in that gap as you've been growing up, well, there's still time to do so. It's still within the day as we mark Mother's Day. Now, a family in Matakuta village in Matungulu, Machakos County, is making a desperate appeal to save their only son's eyesight. Joel Vavi Nzoka, now blind, urgently needs specialized surgery in India, costing 2.5 million shillings. His parents say they have exhausted their resources after months of hospital visits and unsuccessful fundraisers. Our reporter Aaron Marie tells us more.
Inside this modest home in Matakuta village, hope is fading fast for the Nzoka family.
Na nikiwa Nairobi nikakuja nikaambiwa kijana amepata accident ya pikipiki na saa hii macho inaendelea mbaya na kazi yetu wakati wa COVID-19 ikakuwa mbaya, tukarudi nyumbani.
Their son Joel Vavi Nzoka can no longer see.
Kijana alikuwa anaenda kwa matanga pale. Wakati alikuwa anaenda kwa matanga akapatana na mtu akamgonga ile njicho.
Nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya boda boda, ndio nilipata accident, jicho moja ikagongwa.
What began as an eye problem in 2024 has now left him completely blind.
Iligongwa hii jicho, ikaumia hapa na sikujua.
Since then, Joel has been in and out of hospitals as doctors searched for a solution.
Na maneno inaendelea mbaya, mama anafanya Nairobi na mimi nafanya nyumbani, ile napata nanunulia kijana chakula na ile anapata napeleka mtoto hospitali.
His mother Jennifer Waeni says the family moved from one hospital to another, each visit bringing more pain, more uncertainty and rising medical bills.
Kijana kama nimetoka kidogo, akona shida ya kuenda kwa choo, akona shida ya kufua nguo, hawezi pika. Hiyo vitu yote mimi ndio naangalamia na mtengenezi hiyo vitu ndio nitoke kwa kidogo niende nifanye kazi.
Joel has been attending clinics at Lighthouse for Christ Eye Center Hospital in Mombasa, but his condition has continued to worsen.
Wakati alifanyiwa hiyo njicho ingine, ilikuwa na changamoto juu alirudishwa, alifanyiwa asubuhi yake hiyo macho ilikuwa ina leak, akarudishwa theater tena.
Doctors have now recommended keratoprosthesis surgery, a specialized eye procedure to be performed in India, costing 2.5 million shillings.
Tulienda hospitali, tukaambiwa hadi tuende India, ndio hii jicho ingine ilifanyiwa operation, ikuwe at least ikuwe inaona.
For George and Jennifer Nzoka, raising such an amount is beyond reach.
Well wishers wanihurumie. At least huyu mtoto aende atengenezwe hiyo njicho moja, ndio hiyo njicho ndio inaona, hii nyingine ya kutolewa.
Joel says losing his sight has changed everything.
Challenges niko nazo mingi. Juu kwanza siwezi jifanyia kitu. Kutembea ni shida. Hadi nifanyiwe kila kitu tu.
Daily life now depend on his parents' support.
Watu wanisaidie. Niende nifanyiwe operation. At least nikuwa ninaona tu.
Ile kitu naomba kama naweza nipate watu wanisaidie, mtoto aende mahali ameitiwa hospitali, aende afanyiwe hiyo macho, mimi naweza furahia.
The Nzoka family is now appealing to Kenyans of goodwill to help them raise the funds needed for Joel's urgent surgery. Contributions can be sent through M-Pesa number 0703 674632 under the name Jennifer Waini Maingi. Reporting for Sunday Express, I'm Aaron Marie.
Well, to give is to receive. Just in case you missed that particular line and you'd want to help this family down there in Makueni, That is 0703 674 632, and the name is under Jennifer Waeni Mainge. Let's help this family get the son the medical attention he requires. Now, Kenya has received a major boost in disaster preparedness after Kiambu and Nairobi counties benefit from advanced training in urban search and rescue, as well as firefighting, sponsored by the Polish Center for International Aid, with Poland investing about $500 million in the initiative since 2014. Now, speaking during the launch, Magdalene Noroski highlighted the importance of preparedness and human safety. The program, launched in partnership with the Kenya Police Service and the National Disaster Management Unit, aims to strengthen coordinated emergency responses and protect lives as well as property in growing urban centers.
Reflects not only strong belief in partnership, solidarity, and the importance of investing in human safety and preparedness.
As the Kenyan Police Service, we are responsible for the safety and security of Kenyans. And this includes saving lives and minimizing the destruction of property when disaster occurs.
We've been able to witness their extreme professionalism and skills levels. You can tell that these are ladies and gentlemen that have been cut from a different cloth.
In the Nairobi metropolitan area, comprising of the fighters from Nairobi and Kiambu, is the first such a rescue team between Algeria and South Africa. No other country in Africa has such means of rescuing people under the rubble.
I would wish to state that the challenge with regard to these constructions is not lack of engineers. We have enough engineers that have been trained and certified, but the challenge that we have is that sometimes people want cheap things, and someone will not want to come for a professional engineer.
A continent full of potential, a future full of possibility. The time is now. This May, the world watches Nairobi as Africa and France come together for innovation, growth, and the partnerships that will define our tomorrow. This is the Africa Forward Summit. On May 11th, KBC and Y254 go live from the University of Nairobi for the Africa Forward Business Forum, where 1,500 leaders, CEOs, and young entrepreneurs connect for green growth, AI, and investment. Then on May 12th, we take you live to the Kenyatta International Convention Center for the main Heads of State Summit, with the main focus being green industrialization and energy transition, reform of the international financial architecture, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, peace and security. Africa Forward Summit, live on KBC Channel 1 and Y.
Welcome back. Now, for many Kenyans, rainfall is a blessing, bringing crops, pasture, and renewed hope. But in parts of Garissa and Tana River, the rain signals fear, displacement, and destruction. Every wet season, thousands of families living along River Tana are forced from their homes as floodwaters swallow villages, farms, schools, and schools. Now, our reporter Aaron Marie brings you the story of communities trapped in a cycle of suffering, where every cloud carries a warning.
When the rains begin, most farmers celebrate. But here in Garissa County, the sound of thunder means something very different. It means rushing to higher ground, carrying whatever can be saved, and preparing for another season of loss.
Mwaka juzi, mwaka jana, na mwaka huu, hakuna mtu amelima. Kwa hivyo shida tunaye hapa ni chakula.
For families living along the River Tana Basin, floods have become a painful annual reality.
Sisi kila mwaka maji yakikuja tuko na shida.
hatuna namna ya kujisaidia.
Shida ambayo tuko nayo ni njaa, hatuna mahema, mattresses zimeenda na maji, hatuna kitu cha kukula mpaka hadi dakika hii hatujui tutaelekea wapi, tunatoka wapi na tunaenda wapi.
As flood waters rose this season, more than 1,000 households in Garissa Township were displaced, with authorities warning that nearly 60,000 others remain at risk across the county.
Hali yetu ni hiyo tu ya kuhama maji, tunahama, tunatoka, maji kauka, tunarudi huko.
Currently we only have those 3 IDP camps in Garissa County. Our teams are on the ground conducting impact assessment of the flooding in the IDP camps, and it's a multi-stakeholder assessment, and then we'll give the report. And then probably support, do a differentiated assistance, support the most vulnerable people.
Many are now sheltering in temporary camp at the Farmer Training Center, Huga, and Police Training College grounds. Inside a worn-out makeshift tent at the FTC camp, Mzee Isa Malio and 6 members of his family tried to rebuild their lives.
Hakuna mipango maalum imefanyika ya watu kuhama. Maana kuambiwa na mtu wa serikali useme hama, unaambiwa wewe mwenyewe ukitaka hama. Sasa ile tunaona ni risk.
Tuliweza kutoka na kuweza kutekeleza wajibu wa serikali sababu tulipewa onyo na message pia ya Road Cross tulipata.
They fled their home in Ziwani after flood water swept through the village at night. Farming and charcoal burning from invasive madenge trees were their main sources of income. Now, both livelihoods have been washed away.
Na watoto wanapata shida shule, na tukienda huko juu ni shida kwa vile paka watoto wanasoma pande hii.
Next door, Khadija Swale says displacement has become a way of life. Health fears are rising, with cases of fever, diarrhea, and vomiting reported among children.
Shida yetu ingine tukihama huko, magonjwa watoto yanakuwa mengi kwa ajili ya machoo, pia hatuna machoo.
In Bakuyu village, local leader says at least 200 households have been affected.
Sisi pia kama viongozi ni kuwahimiza watu wetu wenye wako huko chini waweze kupata shelter upande ya juu.
Tusimame, Mheshimiwa Senator, msichoke, Mheshimiwa Speaker, muhakikishe kwamba watu wetu wasipate shida wakati huu wa mafuriko.
Sometimes the flooding is not caused by local rainfall alone. Heavy rains upstream or controlled water releases from dams in the Seven Forks hydroelectric scheme can swell the river Tana and burst its banks downstream.
Kuna mpangilio wa kutengeza High Falls Grand Dam ambayo itashika maji. Haya maji yatakuwa hayakuji kusumbua watu, yanakuwa released in a controlled manner.
Residents says they have been advised to relocate permanently to safer areas. Reporting for Legends Edition, I'm Aaron Marie.
Still on matters climate, from devastating thoughts, of sudden destructive rains, climate extremes are becoming a reality in Kenya. In parts of Machakos County, however, locals refuse to be victims of disaster. The communities have now embraced locally driven climate solutions, such as the construction of water reservoirs to harvest rainwater that has long gone to waste. Now, as John Kahiro now reports, such initiatives, which have received support from the government and other partners, are slowly turning the burden of climate change to opportunities and hope for the communities in the region.
As Kenya's lower eastern region has grappled with unprecedented climate shocks from severe drought, and when the skies open, just like many other parts of the country, much of the water flows through seasonal streams and go to waste.
Huku Kambani, seasonal rivers ni mingi. Na kwa hivyo, maji mingi huwa inapita ikienda.
However, deep inside this little-known Kaliambeu village in Yatta area of Machakos County, a new chapter is unfolding, one of a community slowly rising beyond the tides of climate change.
Hii maji imetusaidia sana. Tukijua ya kwamba hii mto imekuwa ni seasonal river na imekuwa maji ikikauka. Kwa hivyo watu wa hapa tumekuwa na shida mingi sana ya maji.
The reservoir is basically to retain water or to harvest water along Mwitasiano River, so that the residents of this particular area can be able to avail it. I mean, they can be able to access it for domestic use, for agriculture, and for livestock.
For the locals who walked 4 kilometers to quench their thirst, the weir is a lifeline and a relief. And for the small-scale farmers whose plants once withered, it is an oasis of hope.
Kutusaidia sana. Juu saizi unapata atungojii msimu mvua peke yake kwa kilimo. Saizi bado unaona kwenye maji inatusaidia. So unapata tunatumia maji kwa mashamba, tunapanda vitu, mifugo wanapata maji, kuku na maji.
But the war against climate shocks in Machakos County does not end here. In the Theni area of Masinga sub-county, residents are turning the burden of the scorching sun into an opportunity.
Hatukuwa tunapata maji ya kutosha huku. Hakukuwa na boreholes wala nini. Watu walikuwa wanabebana saa ile kuna ukame. Wanabebana mitungi kuenda hata Tana River na ni mbali sana. Masinga Dam ni mbali sana. Ni almost 15 kilometers kutoka mahali tuko sasa.
In the area that has long struggled with water access, solar energy is now being used to pump water from existing harvesting dams, easing access for households and sustaining lives.
The dam was of no use to the community because there wasn't mechanism to pump the water.
Damu hatuwezi tukaenda kuchota mtu kwa damu, tunaongopa ile vitu inakuwa huko ndani kama kipoko, kama nini, unaongopa uwezi ukaenda hapa kuchota, uwezi. Kuna kipoko, kuna ile kiloko dari, hizo siko huko. Tunaongopa hatuwezi tukaenda huko kuchota.
In addition to availing water for domestic use, the community-led climate action that has received a major boost from the Ministry of Finance through the Financing Locally-Led Climate Action Program has restored greenery, boosting food security in the villages.
Tunafurahia sababu ile mimea tumepanda haikauki, tunachota maji, tunawekea, tunanyunyuzia, ikikua tunaanza kuweka pesa mfukoni.
And we can see that the pump is able to lift that water 2 kilometers up to where we are now. And now this is the treatment works, and from here this water is going to be distributed to the local community members and different households. The target is that this water will be able to benefit 8,000 beneficiaries, and that is a very good number. Majority of them being women, and also now the distance to the water pointers reduced by 2 kilometers.
From capturing rainwater to harnessing solar energy, the communities in Machakos County are no longer simply enduring climate change, they're now adapting to it.
We are focusing on adaptation because you see most of these local communities are the ones who are most affected by the impact of climate change. So that is why the focus of the government is on adaptation, to build the resilience of these communities to be able to survive in terms of harsh climatic conditions.
In the face of changing climate characterized by drought and unprecedented rains, initiatives such as this remain a game changer in ensuring that communities have access to reliable water sources and are well equipped to handle future climate shocks. For Channel 1 News from Kwamasele Irrigation Weir in Machakos County, my name is John Kahiro.
Now from Machakos County, we head to Meru County, where a group of elderly women is defying economic hardship by turning traditional weaving skills into a source of income and empowerment. The women under the McKenna Women Group are using sheep wool to make a variety of household and decor products, helping them support their families while preserving a unique craft.
For these elderly women in Meru County, weaving has become more than just a skill. It is now a lifeline, helping them earn a living amid rising economic challenges. The 22 members of the McKenna Women Group use sheep wool sourced from farmers in Timau to make floor mats, carpets, handbags and other interior decor items. Using simple wooden weaving machines and hand processing techniques, the women have transformed the craft into a community business that supports their daily needs. According to the group's chairperson, Sarah Mukiri, the weaving skills were introduced to them by a Norwegian trainer.
Alifunza wa mama wa kutoka around municipality na kutoka Maoa, tukaunganishwa pamoja, tukaanza hii chama. Sasa shida ile tuko nayo ni ya kuuza bidhaa yetu.
Hii kazi nilifundishwa, sio kusoma sana, ni Mungu tu. Mimi baba yangu alikataa kunisomesha, ile klasi 7 ni mimi nilikuwa wa mwisho. Ile klasi 7 ni mimi nimefunga. Sasa baba yangu akakataa kunisomesha. Ndiso nikajua nilijua kuweka rangi, nilijua kusokota hata uzi na hata kapeti najua, kila kitu najua.
The women say the business has helped them reduce dependence on relatives and enable them to provide for their families despite declining sales in recent years.
Kwa tukitegemea tu wanaume na wanaenda hata wao wanakosa kazi. Tukaona hata sisi tuwe tunaweza kujisaidia ili tuwe tunapelekea watoto mikate ama tukasaidia upande mmoja ama mwingine.
Kwa mimi nategemea hapa tu ninasomesha watoto wangu 3.
They're now appealing for support in marketing their products while encouraging more women and young people to venture into income generating activities.
Saa hii hakuna kazi kwa sababu hatuna customer. Kama tukipata customer, tumepata pesa.
Tunaendelea na hii kazi, lakini siku hizi tunaona inaendelea polepole kwa sababu ya kukosa market. Wako nyumbani wakisema wana kazi, washunge na kazi kidogo kidogo ya wamama, wakae pamoja, wasifunze.
That is my home county. It's good to see that the Mekana Group is helping, change the lives of those women. Now, over 800 meetings have been lined up during the Africa Forward Summit that kicks off tomorrow in Nairobi, which will involve businesses and government agencies. Business of France Chief Executive Officer Louis Magueret says France is waiting to engage both small businesses and large ones in sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture and technology.
Based on early 2026 data from the Kenya Investments Authority, the balance of trade between Kenya and France shows a structural deficit for Kenya, with imports from France exceeding exports. Kenyan exports to France reached approximately 12.4 billion shillings, while imports from France exceeded 28.7 billion shillings, leaving a deficit of over 16 billion shillings. Now, France is looking to revise gaps.
We have the nuclear program that allows us to propose access to a low price of electricity with a proper volume, so probably better than many other European countries.
The upcoming Africa Forward Summit 2026 is being angled as an opportunity for both parties to renew business ties, with Kenyan companies being extended a reciprocal invite for opportunities in France.
Just some words about French attractiveness for Kenyan and African investors. As I said, there are today 65, which is higher than the previous years. And I hope that these figures will increase in the next months and next years.
Currently, there are about 140 French companies operating in Kenya, with the numbers set to grow as opportunities in the Kenyan market grows.
It's an African-France event, and we, out of the 800 B2B and B2G meetings that we are organizing for the French companies that are coming, and the Kenyan companies that are here, they are mostly with African countries.
With multinationals coming into town, small businesses will be looking to make those big deals in such a continental summit. Alan Oko, Sunday Express.
Still on that bit, Still on that bit, civil society organizations have urged the heads of state across Africa to prioritize good governance as a central driver for sustainable development. Speaking in Nairobi County during a Social Innovation Pavilion Forum ahead of the two-day Africa Forward Summit 2026 scheduled for Monday and Tuesday next week, civil society called on leaders to relook at governance models to ensure transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. The civil society organizations are set to present a comprehensive 60-page memorandum over to 30 African heads of state at the Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi. The Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, Dr. Ibrahim Korir, expressed Kenya's commitment in prioritizing good governance.
A congregation of civil society organizations drawn from across Africa converge in Nairobi County for the Social Innovation Pavilion Summit ahead of the Monday Africa Forward Summit. During the engagement, governance, protection of human rights, regional security and artificial intelligence emerged as pressing issues affecting African states.
We are looking into ways in which our continent, Africa, can remain autonomous and use, for instance, its natural resources, use technology for the service of its people.
Africa is the youngest population in the world, the most diverse continent with all the minerals that you can think of. How come that has not translated into wealth and dignity for its people and all the societies?
The lobby groups call on leaders to relook at governance models to ensure transparency, accountability and rule of law are adhered to.
Africans, 30 heads of state, we are saying that all our politics, all our minerals, technology should work for the people and not work for the global, not just work for the global arena without benefiting us.
Good governance is a central motif of development, without which you cannot achieve sustainable development. And so we are encouraging each other within the African continent to look for the best models for being able to advance good governance.
The meeting that brought together more than 100 civil society organizations also pinpointed emerging governance challenges that threaten the state of democracy in Africa. The group will in the meantime present a white paper to the 39 heads of state expected to attend the Africa Forward Summit.
These 60 proposals have to do with various sectors, beginning with our mineral resources. God knows we do own a lot, dealing with our models of inclusive governance.
The two-day summit will be co-hosted by President William Ruto and his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron.
The civil society, they are calling for transparency and accountability as we head into the Africa Forward Summit. We're going to be keeping tabs on that. KBC Channel 1 is going to be bringing you, televising that particular summit to you live. Now to the counties. A sorrowful mood engulfed Antobetwe village in Mutwati, sub-county, Meru County, during a burial of a border operator who was shot dead by an unknown assailant 2 weeks ago. Leaders and residents demanded justice over the killing. And this and other stories in our county news roundup.
The deceased border operator, identified as Rogers Mutua, was reportedly heading home from Atobwete Market when he was attacked and left with serious injuries by the roadside. He succumbed while being rushed to hospital. Family and friends are now calling on authorities to arrest those responsible.
Ile watu ya Antobetwe, kile kitu tunatafuta leo ni haki. Siku mingi tumekuja maneno ya majishi hapa, siku ya Njonji tukaongea hapa, wanasiasa wakakuja wakaongea hapa, lakini hakuna kitu ambaye ilitendeka. Haki ya Njonji na kifo ya Mutua ni kama ile ya George.
Justice ya Mutua haitapatikana within the timeline ya wiki moja. We are going to mobilize the people of Antobetwe to demonstrate.
In Kilifi County, residents of Ngongoni area in Magarini sub-county are protesting against the expansion of a local salt manufacturing company, accusing it of encroaching on settlement areas and contaminating water sources.
Kisima ndo hai wetu. Watoto wanasoma kutumia hii maji. Kwa sababu gari ikija hapa ikichota, tunapata chochote, tunasomesha watoto. Lakini saa hii shida ambayo imeingia ni muhindi analeta maji ya chumvi kutengeneza mabirika, sisi maji yetu yanaharibika.
Separately, stakeholders in Isiolo County have raised concern over the increasing cases of technology-facilitated gender-based violence.
The cases are many within the community, but there are challenges in reporting because of awareness.
Meanwhile, more than 35,000 needy and vulnerable students in Kakamega County are set to benefit from 149.3 million shillings bursary fund. However, the program has sparked criticism over a section of members of the County Assembly over accountability concerns surrounding previous bursary allocations.
Ningependa kuomba walimu wakuu na pia board of management kuhakikisha kwamba watoto hawa hawafukuzwi tena.
Last financial year, we passed a budget in this house, 180 million, 3 million per ward. Watu wakasign forms zikakuja huko application. Hizo forms zimeenda na zimeendanga hivyo na hiyo mambo ya 180 million imenyamaza.
And Ruiru constituency in Kiambu County is facing mounting pressure in meeting the growing demand for bursary support among needy learners.
Fees capitation inaachiliwa kwa muda ambao unafaa. Sababu watoto wengi kama vile sasa hivi naongea hapa, watoto wengi wako nyumbani.
Elsewhere, at least 1,200 students at Moigalse Senior Kajiado County are set to benefit from improved access to safe and reliable water following the launch of a water reticulation and hygiene training project at the school.
This is a school that has 1,700 learners, and for the longest time they have been experiencing water loss, and we have come here to ensure that the learners of this school have a conducive learning environment.
Finally, journalists, conservationists and blue economy stakeholders have called for more accurate and community-centered reporting on ocean conservation along Kenyan coast.
We are having a dialogue, a media dialogue on environmental conservation, and that linking that to the blue economy sector. And as a stakeholder in the blue economy sector, what are we doing and what are we actually contributing to help create thriving enterprises that actually reduce suppressing.
Kerere ni nini sasa?
Wewe ulipata wapi hiyo madaraka ya kufanya mpaka uongezee vitu bei?
Wewe acha kulalisha
matumbo na ugali 150 mpaka 8. Hiyo achana nayo. Kwambia ukua, ingia ndani ukua utakula.
Hata pesa yako ni pesa ngapi?
50 bob tu.
Hani kwani wewe una uchanja ya Nairobi? Niko na kashita kadogo lakini unajua nikakupwa kwangu inakaa kama elephant lakini kwako ni kainsi.
Sima pesa.
Haya.
Unafanya nini? Unataka kuwekea watu sumu?
Halo. Nani diglo paje? Unaniangaliaje hapa na nabisha yako?
Aya.
Unaonyesha nani meno? Ukicheka tena na kuvunja, si ati nini? Amua nataka nikuvunje.
Vunja, weka mawe, weka.
A very good evening to you. My name is Daniel Wahome and welcome to Sunday Express Sport. And Kenya has unveiled its national beach volleyball squads for the upcoming 2026 CFVB Continental Beach Volleyball Championship and the LA 2028 Olympic Games zonal qualifiers set for the 20th to the 26th of this month in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. The team consists of 4 men and 4 women.
The men's team will comprise Richard Amutala, Naftali Chumba, Anthony Chimanyi and Reagan Kipchirchir, with the quartet expected to lead Kenya's challenge against some of Africa's top-rated beach volleyball nations. In the women's category, Kenya has selected Veronica Adhiambo, Shalene Sambel, Selina Gambo and Sharon Chepkogei to fly the national flag at the Continental Showdown and Olympic qualification campaign. The technical bench will be led by coaches Patrick Owino and Sila Makiso, alongside physiotherapist Alex Godana, referee Zinga Chalo, and team manager John Ogara. According to the federation, the selected players earned their places after impressive performances and consistent displays during training and preparations. Frederick Mwoki for Sunday Express.
And Kenya amassed a total of 3 medals, that's 3 bronze and 1 silver, as the 17th edition of the Africa Aquatics Championships culminated in Oran, Algeria. Haniel Kudwali broke the national record in the 50-meter breaststroke after clocking 28.62 seconds to clinch bronze. Meanwhile, Sarah Mose clinched bronze in the women's 100 meters freestyle. Meanwhile, Sadais Bashir, a product of Kenya's Visa Dolphins club representing Somalia, clinched victory in the boys category, clocking 1 minute 11.39 seconds. Kabiro Women FC were crowned champions of the inaugural Kawangware Football Peace Cup, which was graced by Dagoretti South Sub-County Commander Dr. Margaret Gakami, together with Community Relations Foundation officials. This is after claiming a 5-3 win over Kawangware women. Meanwhile, Gatina beat Kilimani by 2-0, while Kileleshwa claimed a 3-0 win over CRF. Dr. Gakami said the initiative is aimed at bringing women together and celebrating women and mothers during this year's International Mother's Day.
Of May at Gatina Primary School, and the purpose of the tournament is basically to celebrate our women on this special day for the biggest role that they play in the society. Women in our society, they really play a big role, and once we empower a woman, we have not only empowered her household, but we have also empowered the community and nation at large.
Organization, kazi yetu kubwa sana huwa ni kuhamasisha uhusiano wa askari ama uhusiano wa discipline forces na raia.
And Amos Kiprotich and Doreen Kibet produced stunning performances and won the 10-15-kilometer road race, which was held at Elgeyo Marakwet County. In the men's category, 25-year-old Amos Kiprotich timed 44 minutes and 33 seconds, while Dennis Kipkurui finished second in 44 minutes and 47 seconds. Kiprono Kipkemoi finished third in 44 minutes and 59 seconds. The women's race was won by 23-year-old Doreen Kibet in 51 minutes and 6 seconds. Judy Japgetich clocked 52 minutes and 10 seconds to finish second, while Naomi Chamweno settled for third position. Both Kiprotich and Kibet walked away with 250,000 shillings in prize money.
Tulikuwa wengi strong athletes wenye wamecompete international, so ilikuwa inabidi tu usukume kama watarespond sawa tuende nao.
Race leo imekuwa tough kidogo. From kwenye nilisikia ilikuanga 11K. Nikaona pace ilikuwa chini kidogo, ndio nikapandisha kidogo.
And tributes have continued to pour in following the demise of former Gor Mahia and Harambee Stars midfield maestro Alan Thigo, who passed away yesterday. Thigo is remembered as one of Kenya's greatest midfielders, having starred for Gor Mahia in the 1970s and early 1980s after joining from Kisumu Hot Stars in 1970. Gor Mahia patron Eliud Owalo has described him as the greatest attacking midfielder of his generation, praising his creativity, vision and lasting impact on Kenyan football. He helped the club to win multiple league titles and featured in the historic 1979 Africa Cup Winners' Cup final. At international level, he earned 81 caps for Kenya, scoring 11 goals, and was part of the squad that made Kenya's first Africa Cup Nations appearance in 1972. And the Mombasa Aquatics emerged as the overall champions of the inaugural Kilifi Aquatics Invitational Long Course Swimming Championship, which came to a close at the Kilifi International School. Mombasa topped the medal table with an impressive 171 points, followed by Bandari Swim Club in second place with 128, while Blue Ocean Swim Club finished third with 69 points. The championship attracted over 250 swimmers from different clubs across the country and showcased high-level competition in the freestyle, butterfly, breaststroke and backstroke and relay events.
I'm really privileged for this opportunity because today during the 1-5, I managed to be position 1 and I also beat my timing.
We took down short course, now in long course. We want to take our swimmers farther and farther, hopefully for nationals, then international level.
This is our first event and the turnout has been amazing. We have clubs like Blue Ocean, Bandari, Mombasa Aquatics, Gliding Dolphins, Crazy Krakens, and many other clubs gracing our first event.
That's the sport for tonight and tomorrow afternoon. Lots happening at the University of Nairobi grounds, and this is the Africa Forward Summit. It's going to be a high-level sport event, so look out for that. Basketball, track and field, and a little bit of football. All conversations will be there. My name is Daniel Wahome. Have a good night. I hand you over to Ray to close down the bulletin.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that particular recap of what has been happening in the sporting arena. We'll look forward to have that sporting part of the program on the Africa Forward Summit. Well, that puts a cap on matters in the headlines, as well as news tonight on Sunday Express. I'm Regina Manyara. My colleague has been none other than Byron Abuli on sign language. Have a pleasant week ahead.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday from 10 p.m. and a rerun every Tuesday from 2 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
If he lives alone and something happens, there'll be no one to take him to the hospital.
How would we do it? We got one bedroom, a living room, and a sunroom. No matter what you do, that's it. How can we add another room?
Hi. Hi. You must be hungry. Lunch is almost ready.
Great. Are you tired? Take a rest.
I'm fine. I mentioned to the dance club that you were coming. This is good for relaxing.
Oh yeah, from Andy Liu, a Bluetooth speaker. We use it for dancing. The sound quality is awesome.
Nyosha mkono kuije. Kerere ni nini sasa?
Wewe ulipata wapi hiyo madaraka ya kufanya mpaka uongezee vitu bei?
Wewe acha kulalisha
matumbo na ugali 8 150 mpaka 8. Hiyo achana nayo. Kwa mtu ukula, ingia ndani ukula utakula.
Hata pesa yako ni pesa ngapi?
50 bob tu.
Hani kwani wewe una uchanja ya Nairobi? Niko na kashita kadogo lakini unajua nikakupwa kwangu inakaa kama elephant lakini kwako ni kainsi.
Sina pesa.
Haya.
Unafanya nini? Unataka kuwekea watu sumu?
Halo. Nani diglo paje? Unaniangaliaje hapa na nabisha?
Aya.
Unaonyesha nani meno? Ukicheka tena na kuvunja, si ati nini? Amua nataka nikuvunje.
Vunja, weka mawe, weka.
I've been held in your hand from the moment that I wake up until I lay my head. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Hello good people, this is Save a Life na tunazidi kubadilisha maisha Kenya nzima. Na leo tuko Baringo County, Baringo South Constituency, Marigat. Na niko Busia County, Vihiga County, Nairobi County, Mombasa County, tuko Kiambu County, leo tuko Eldoret. Na leo tuko Nakuru County, Kisii County, Kilifi County, Bomet County, Homa Bay County, Tharaka Nithi County, Turkana County. Save Life tumekuja Kinangop. This is Save Life. Tutatembea Kenya nzima. Hatuangalii tribe, race ama religion.
Bwana apewe sifa. Mtazamaji wangu wa siku ya leo, na kusalimu katika jina la Yesu. Haujambo? Kwa majina yangu naitwa Bishop Henry Karanja. Nimeokoka, Yesu ni Bwana. Katika wakati huu nataka kukuletea jambo moja ya kijana ambaye anaitwa Michael Kimani. Michael Kimani ni mkaaji wa Juja pamoja na mama yake. Baba yake alitoroka kitambo wakati Michael alikuwa mgonjwa wa mwaka wa 2022, na Michael akawa anaumwa tumbo sana, analia. Na Michael alikuwa anafanya kazi ya vibarua ya mjengo ya kusaidia, na anaona chakula chake. Mama yake ni wa vibarua, baba yake amekwisha kuwatoroka, na kwa hivyo mama yake akamchukua akampeleka Thika General Hospital, akafanywa major surgery na akarudi nyumbani. Lakini mwaka wa 2023 tatizo hilo likarudi, uvimbe ukajiongeza kama vile unaona katika picha hizo na katika runinga ambao unaitazama. Kijana huyu ana shida, magonjwa hayo yamerudi, na katika 2023 mpaka siku ya leo magonjwa yakazidi kiasi Michael Kimani akaona hamsaidii mama yake, na akaona ya kwamba anamsumbua mama yake, na kwa hivyo akatoroka nyumbani, akaweza kwenda katika Juja Town, na akaweza kuwa anafanya kazi ya kurokota hizi chupa za plastics, makotons, na kufanya kazi hiyo ya kupima hizo vitu ndio apate chakula. Kimani hulala katika takataka, analala katika mitaro, analala katika nyumba wakati wa mvua, na kwa hivyo ni kijana ana shida, ana matatizo kubwa. Dakika hii kama vile unaona mama yake ni mama ambaye anafanya kazi ya vibarua, ana watoto wengine anajaribu kusomesha, lakini ameshindwa kabisa kuweza kumrudisha mtoto huyu Kimani hospitalini, maana amekuwa ni mtu mzima. Na wakati walimrudisha wakaambiwa watafute 30,000 ili awekwe patch katika tumbo lake. Utaweza kuona vile tumbo yake ina protrude kama amesimama, na akilala hiyo uvimbe hurudi kwa ndani. Na kwa hivyo wakaambiwa na daktari ni lazima watafute 30,000 ambazo hawakuzipata. Na kwa hivyo siku ya leo mama analia tuweze kusimama na yeye katika uponyaji na upasuaji wa huyu kijana wake Michael Kimani. Ningekuomba kwa hisani namba hizo ambazo unaziona mahala hapo, ukaweza kutumia kile kidogo kikubwa. Bwana amekubariki na Mungu atakubariki na Mungu atakuonekania sana.
Ninaambia Mungu, haukunipea mtoto wakufe, lakini najaribu, nashindikana. Basi mimi naomba tu kama mko na uwezo atakusaidia huyo mtoto. Mnisaidie nione tu akienda tu vile kama vijana wengine. Hata nilikuwa naomba Mungu. Siku ile nitaona huyo mtoto wangu. Juu sikumzaa hivyo. Alikuwa kijana mzuri sana, alikuwa anajifanyia kazi yake.
His mother lives in tears, watching her son suffer with nothing left but hope and prayers.
Naitwa Mama Ingimo, Mama Kemani. Yeye ndio kijana yangu wa pili. Alianza shida, ako na miaka 3. Tangu aanze hiyo shida ya tumbo, lakini alianza na kuumwa na tumbo, tukampeleka hospitali. Ile tulimshughulikia, akaenda Thika, akatimbiwa, akalazwa huko Thika. Ile alifanyiwa operation. Baada ya kutoka Thika, ndio aliendelea tu na shida hiyo ya tumbo juu, ni kama alipasi ndani, hatukujua. Tulikuja kujua baadaye. Amepitia changa mingi, amejaribu hana kazi, asifanya kazi pahali. Mtoto mdogo mimi nimemshughulikia, nimeshindikana. Niko na watoto wengine wananigojea. Sasa ndio sikuweza kumshughulikia vile mama anaweza shughulikia mtoto, lakini nilijaribu mpaka wakati alitoka Thika, akaendelea tu na kazi yake, akaendelea na kukaa, nikamshughulikia mpaka akawa amepona. Baada ya kukaa tukasubuana, nikaona niko na mtoto mwingine, kijana ule ako mdogo. Kijaribu kumuuliza unakaa wapi, anakuja saa zingine ananipigia simu, mama niko poa, kidoda inatoka maji. Kamwambia Mungu atakusaidia juu sina uwezo. Ile sasa niliona ameshindikana, sasa akaniambia sasa mama mimi nashindwa nitafanya nini. Anakuja ananililia, nikamwambia mimi sina pesa. Sasa vile nilishindwa vile nitamfanya, ndiye alitoroka akaenda Juja. Vile alienda Juja mpaka saa hii hajawahi rudi. Kurudi kwenye alirudi, alikuja kuniambia mama sasa kidoda inaendelea na kuharibika. Sasa mimi nimeshindikana, sina pesa, sina vile naweza kumsaidia. Hawezi kula, anakulanga na mashida. Hawezi kula chakula zenye unampea akuli. Kuja huku akulangi, hata mimi sijui analala wapi, sijui anakulanga wapi. Sasa huyo mtoto wangu ako na shida. Sijui ni nini iliendelea. Vile alifanyiwa operation Thika, sijui kulifanywa nini, ndio hiyo kidoda ndani ikanini mpaka saa hii. Sijai kuwa na usaidizi wowote naweza kumsaidia. Mimi naambia Mungu, haukunipea mtoto wakufe, lakini najaribu, nashindikana. Basi mimi naomba tu kama mko na uwezo atakusaidia huyo mtoto. Mnisaidie nione tu akienda tu vile kama vijana wengine. Hata nilikuwa naomba Mungu. Siku ile nitaona huyo mtoto wangu. Juu sikumzaa hivyo. Alikuwa kijana mzuri sana, alikuwa anajifanyia kazi yake. Wacha niseme amepitia changa mingi. Kuna wakati alivunjika mguu, kimwangalia hii mguu yake. Tena hiyo wakati sikuwa na pesa, sikuwa na uwezo. Kwa hivyo hakutibiwa vile inastahili juu hata saa hii hiyo mfupa yake. Hiyo mguu yake inafikanga pahali inaganda. Anakuja tu ananililia, mimi namwambia sasa mtoto wangu sina uwezo, lakini kama ningekuwa vile nilikulea na upendo na nikikupenda, singetaka upate shida. Na sijui naweza msaidia aje. Nilikuwa tu naomba Mungu, Mungu afungue njia ili yule mtoto wangu nione akiwa sawa, nitafanya, nitashukuru Mungu. Wakati huyo mtoto atapona, na vile alinionyesha hiyo kidoda, hata nilisikuwa na stress. Mpaka saa hii sikuangi na amani. Juna shidangu nilizaa mtoto baadaye akufe. Sikutarajia kama anaweza lea mtoto afike hapo kwa hiyo miaka alafu akufe tu na ugonjwa ambaye sijui niseme nini, lakini mimi naomba Mungu tu akipona nitashukuru Mungu. Taambia Mungu asante. Nikiona huyo mtoto wangu, kijana wangu huyo ni kijana wangu ule mkubwa, nitafurahia Mungu akipona. Mungu atambariki mkinisaidia kwa huyo mtoto. Nitaambia Mungu asante, nitamshukuru, niambie Mungu ambariki. Aendelee na kumuongezea nguvu akusaidia watoto. Asante. Naitwa Mama Elimu wa Majesinta Jerry. Mungu ambariki.
This is Michael Kimani, a young man from the streets of Juja Ward, battling pain, hunger, and a life no one should ever endure.
Niko na future pia. Nafaa kuwa nimejipanga kimaisha. Sasa kurara na rara nje. Unaona? Rara na mama fulani kwa nauza nguo mahali. Yari huyu akaniambia nitakupea mattress, nikupea duvet. Kwa una rara hapa. Uniangalilie kibanda yangu, mtu asiharibu.
Kwa hivyo unatandikanga tu mahali nje unalala
hapo.
Hello good people. Leo Save Life tuko upande wa Kiambu County, Juja constituency. Tulipigiwa simu tukaambiwa kuna kijana ako na hernia. Hernia ni ile uvimbe inakuanga kwa tumbo na imekuwa ikimsumbua for 4 years now. Kijana mdogo sana wa miaka 27. Anaitwa Kimani. Mtazamaji, story yake ni very sad. Story yake ni very 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 sad. Umekuwa ukiona tukienda kwa wagonjwa wengi. Unaweza kumbuka Said, living conditions zake zilikuwa zinakaaje? Said nyumba yake ilikuwa ndogo sana. Alikuwa anakaa mahali nikaa naishi nje tu. Unakumbuka mzee wa Busia Bernard mwenye tulikuwa kwake juzi? Huyo mzee kanyumba kake kalikuwa kadogo sana, mashimo mingi. Anasema mvua mawe zinamwangukia usiku. Lakini imagine them they walikuwa naishi hivyo. Lakini huyu ni street kid. Hana mahali kwa kuishi kabisa. Kazi yake ni anaokotanga chupa, anakuja kuuza scrap 100, 150 yenye atapata. Huyu kijana analala nje kwa vibanda. Just imagine. Ana mahali kwa anaweza ita nyumbani. Ana hata haizi afford hiyo pesa ya kulipa rent. Juu ana mtu wa kumpea kanyumba kama hivyo kina Bernard walipewa, kina Said. Yeye anaishingi tu nje. Mama mwingine ndo alimwambia, hii kibanda yangu, huu unalala hapa. Kuna niangalilia hii kibanda, usikuwe na haraka. There are people wenye wana understand ugonjwa ni shida inakutanga tu mtu na si mtu kujitakia. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, acheni tusimame na huyu kijana. Anapitia uchungu mwingi sana. Anafaa kuwe ametengeneza maisha yake. Hafai kukuwa street kid, hafai kuwa chokora. Anafaa kutengeneza maisha yake irudi kaa kitambo. Anahitaji a second chance at life. Na ndo maana Save Life tuko hapa kumpea hiyo.
Ukuwa na shida kama hii, yeah? Kama mimi kuna siku nilikuwa nimekunywa dawa. Unaona? Sababu unaona nikawa nachukiwa na kila mtu. There is a lot of challenges, eh? Utasikia mwanaume anakuuliza kama ukoni uko na mimba. Unaona? Mwingine anakuuliza nini? Umeficha. Nishiko hadi hapa na askari. Ni vile tu nilijiongea nikiwa huko ndani. Nikamwambia mimi I'm not that healthy. Naomba tu kuja ujione. Niachilie tu kwa sababu sikatai niko na makosa umenipata kwa barabara. Lakini nihurumie. Niachilie tu.
Hiyo ni challenge.
Ni challenge. Tapata hata marafiki walikutoroka kwa sababu anaona hamwezi saidiana. Unaona? Bado nang'ang'ana tu. Nikuja hapa hivi nipime 150 yangu. Mimi niko sawa tu nimepata za kukula. Unaona? Sasa mimi mwenyewe sina right.
He survives by gathering scraps of waste and selling them, turning what others throw away into a chance to eat.